Howdy. Let's wait for a couple of people to join us. Uncle Blazer, what's going on? Beauty of a day in Halifax. It's very overcast here today. I got 3. Had 3, now down to 2. Can I have it public? Always seems to be a problem. I don't schedule things right and whatever else, blah, blah, blah. Let's just see. Oh, okay, 11 people. All right. 12. So I got a bit of a heads up. I dropped something in the Discord there, which now has been confirmed. So, well, I did confirm it. Canceled, right? I think probably everybody's got that now. So we went from 9:30. Gosh knows actually what the original schedule was. I'm sure somewhere I have the broadcast where I've a few times where I've gone through the calendar, the liquid fluid dynamic calendar, which alters day to day. But so far as I know, today was supposed to be a 9:30 start, which then moved to a 2 o'clock start, which now again is just canceled. Okay, that makes sense. Huge red flag? Oh, only slightly. Only slightly. Oh. That gosh dang car. Nice comment. Blue Nose. Hello. Linda. Cindy. Rosemary. Brenda Grant. Hello. Salty Air. Cheryl. Lynn McGrath. Hello, everyone. Seawood. Did they provide a reason? No. Let's have a look at well, they've got to come out with something. I actually don't think I've read that. I was busy off checking with people about what was going down. Let's see here. One moment, please. Very last minute to announce it. Because that's technically half an hour. I don't remember what the lead up I did on that was. Probably 20 minutes ago. Something like that before. It's definitely, I was confirming with a few different family members. No, actually, longer than that. Okay. Well, we have the tweeters open from a little while ago. As you can see, nothing was posted here at that time. Because I was running around checking the Facebook. Oh, balls. Do I have that window still open? Probably not. Anyway, moving along. Nothing here. Nothing here. So let's refresh, or let's open a new window. It's always nice to keep these other ones open in the background because, you know, they have old data on it. Oh, 15 minutes ago. Please note, following a meeting with participants' counsel and commission counsels, parties have agreed that public proceedings are not required this afternoon. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. And tomorrow is roundtable. Today was participant submissions, i.e., lawyers, families, questions about cars. Okay, something you don't want to discuss, maybe. Is there an emoji all use or who are very good with emojis and tech and stuff? Could somebody just start flashing up red flags, please, on the in the comments? I would appreciate that, because it's massive red flag. You don't want to talk about cars. I woke up this morning. I reviewed part of last night's. Last night I reviewed part of the police paraphernalia, foundational balls. Yes, red flags. More red flags, please. Let's get them out there. Red flags. Thank you, Seawood. Thank you, Linda. Just keep putting in those red flag emojis. You don't want to talk about cars. Right. That makes sense. Of course it does. So when I woke up this morning, thank you, Blue Nose. Those of you who are typing red flag, appreciate that. Salty and Julia. I woke up this morning after going through that document last night with somebody who's very helpful in the background for all of us. And we were reading it. And while I was reading it, I was struck by how many statements there were that were footnoted and hyperlinked in that document, which we're going to go through. Linda's got the cars. Lynn's pumping them out. Time today. Official timekeeper, Julia, if I'm recalling correctly. Our official timekeeper. Thank you. Timeline today. 0 minutes, 0 hours. Oh, well, they did update it finally. Now it says no proceedings. Should say canceled. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Maybe that'll be with a big X on it. That'll be my fancy thumbnail thing. So when I was reviewing it, last night, I was struck by how many statements were in there. And I thought to myself, it just, sometimes you have those thoughts. Obviously, things are very right in front of you sometimes, but it doesn't quite strike you. You guys get that feeling ever? And it struck me how much time they devoted to disproving that this was a real cop car. I don't know if you guys ever, about it's a very, very, very poor and crude analogy, but about the middle-aged man, maybe not even middle-aged, who drives a sports car, kind of like he has something that he's overcompensating for. Very crude. And pardon me for my crudeness. I don't like to be uncouth. But if you stuck half as much time into statements, because clearly they spoke to a lot of people who live in the neighborhood, say down in Portapic, where are those statements? All about what happened. You seem far more interested in cop cars. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe yesterday didn't go quite as planned. I'm going to give you my opinion, and it's my opinion only. They really thought that they could sell this one by having the witness yesterday. But he didn't do the best job. His credibility seemed questionable. I'll be polite. I'm not being polite. I'm just saying a lot more questions arose. His connections to Vardy, which was dropping in the Discord before they came back from the break. Vardy, who's only questioning certain witnesses. Lisa. Carpenter. Griffin. Well, I'll clarify that. Sorry. Brown and Melanson spoke to Lisa first. Well, then it went over to Vardy. Now, not saying there's any shenanigans with Mr. Vardy. Not saying that at all. But there's a conflict. Seems quite clear. His brother-in-law had a connection. Seems like they obviously knew each other. There were some interesting questions that arose. I like the one about two of them came in. Two people came in supposedly with Mr. Wortman. And they were looking to buy motorcycles, proceeds of crime, 2 Harley Davidsons, I believe was what he said. And then when asked, did he know? Sorry, I'm trying to recall it directly. It wasn't advertised. I believe he made that admission himself. It was not advertised as proceeds of crime. You have to ask yourself, how would Mr. Wortman know that there was a sale of 2 specific motorcycles, proceeds of crime? Ahead of time? One with long hair. When asked about did he have any training on what he should do in a scenario that he was aware of crime, i.e., fake cop cars, did he have any training in his official capacity? He did not answer that question. He went to somewhere else. So I'm going to take it that he did. So that's knowledge, prior knowledge. Anyway, I'm going to go through this document, and it is lengthy. Probably should actually highlight it. And stuff as we go. I'll have to close another one of my umpteen. The Workman autopsy. I wonder if I should close that. Sorry, and so to further qualify, it seemed to me, again, my opinion, that, or dawned on me, that was really what the MCC is all about. Only really pretty much about, it's not a real cop car. It's definitely a fake cop car. Don't look here. Don't ask any questions. Move along. The rest of it is just window dressing. Sadly. Again, just my opinion. But that was certainly the impression I got reading through it. Because there just seems to be so many statements, so many people, and I'm like, well, where are all these people's statements in respect to Portapique, say? Could be assumption. I have U.S. surplus, bought many items. He seemed to state that he was aware. Seemed that I could go back and play it. Seemed very strange. And it is definitely not a good connection, as in conflict. You'd think that would be known or disclosed. Hey, you know that I had dealings with this person on a very non-tinfoil, straight above board. Hey, I had contact with this person prior. Just thought I should make you aware. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I probably should step back from this investigation. I don't know what the procedures are on that exactly, but it does strike me as strange. Anyway, what window can I close here? What window today? Oh my. Terry Brown interview? I can close that probably. Put it into ding. Yes. Donna Honkering JM. Let me make sure I got all my thank yous. Anybody else getting that impression, or am I just out on a limb here? Nikki Lewis. Kendall. Red flags, red flags. Okay, so let us close. What about the fleet sticker? What about it? Well, I'm just going to read what they put out, and then you be the judge of how many resources were devoted to this as opposed to what else you encountered, and the timelines of certain people's statements, certain things that may have been said very early on over here might have come to be true. Hold on. I need my reading glasses. Where am I reading? Or my glasses? Give me one moment. Grab yourself a coffee. It's going to be a long ride, it looks like. What do you want there, little woofies? Where my glasses are? No. No, not so good. Okay. Well, we can try and muddle without glasses. Okay. First, I'm going to. Oh, I don't actually need to do this on this document. Okay. Police paraphernalia. Note, this document is based on an analysis of materials available to the Mass Casualty Commission as of April 8th, 2022. Further production of investigative are ongoing. Of course. Should any new information reveal inaccuracies with this document, an addendum may be issued. Inaccuracies. Why put an addendum? Why put an addendum? Why not delete the inaccurate part, if you want to call it inaccurate? Okay. Note 2. This document contains sensitive and disturbing material. There you go. That's my warning to everybody who's watching. Please be aware that Not meant to trigger. Sensitive. Please do not read any further. Disturbing material. Please read this information about the potential of being affected and or overwhelmed when hearing, talking about, and or reading distressing material. Shall I read this portion? Do you need the warning to tell you to stop reading? How old are you? Can you not handle the truth? Jamie, Sandy, Glenn B, TikTok, Truth and All, and Rob. I think I'll just skip that. If you want to know, there's a phone number here for you. You can call that. Not sure about the phone number for the families, but don't worry about that one. Note 3. The identities of some witnesses have been anonymized for this document. Why, you may ask? That's a good question. In accordance with statutory obligations, and the mass casualty mandate. Remember the video I did long ago that I can't seem to locate anymore? About the mandate and how they're going to use all the outs. Subject matter. This document summarizes material currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission Council, lawyers for the government, in relation to the perpetrator's access to, possession of, use of paraphernalia, police paraphernalia, including. Now, I want you to take note, because this is a good drinking game. You'll be drunk very fast. Take note of all of the uses and have a drink whenever you see this. Decommissioned and replica. Care to get drunk? Not drinking anymore, but I certainly would be drunk fairly fast, I think. Even though I wasn't a cheap drunk. RCMP cruiser. Could just describe it as the way other police officers, certain other police officers refer to it. PC, like police cruiser. This document organizes and sources references to audio and video, witness, and forensic evidence. But you don't get to see that, really. The reader is cautioned that there is some discussion. You need to be cautioned. Again, remove diaper. There is some discussion of forensic evidence recovered from scenes of deceased individuals, including Thomas Bagley, Jamie Blair, Corey Ellison, Constable Heidi Stevenson, and Joseph Weber. Again, to be very respectful to all these people, I have worked tirelessly to respect every family, but it only goes so far to say, please stop looking, because of the horrendous situation that you may be stuck in. Pretty cheesy. The reader is further cautioned. There are images of the perpetrator in this document. The document contains images of the perpetrator's clothing found in the aftermath of mass casualty, which may be disturbing. Are you forewarned enough? The document is subject to change, as the understanding council and participants and commission evolves. Yes. Certainly counts. Red flags, anybody? Got them? Hammer on that button. Subject matter, okay, so we'll just skip ahead. Anybody sees anything, please point it out. Here we go. We've got VINs now. These are ones that they could not show. People, I wonder why now this is not allowing me to highlight that. 2017. Okay. Other vehicles, da 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 da. It's always good to see who the players are. Charles Banfield, Douglas Banfield, James Banfield, Janice Banfield, Lisa Banfield, Maureen Banfield, Roberta Banfield, Leonard Bonner, Carol Brace, Daniel Brace, Brenda Brewster, Brian Brewster, Olu Brown, Sean Conlog, Beverly Davidson, Robert Doucette, Adam Fisher, Dana Geddes, Ronald Gillis, Christopher Golding, Stephanie Golding, Peter Griffin, Rachel Hazel, Ralph Hazel, Max. Wow, Max should ask for a correction. That's not his name. Oh, but the names sometimes are interesting. They go fast and furious with the names sometimes. Robert McCaskill. Somebody was pointing that out yesterday. Came up again in the chat. Somebody was pointing it out. Good for you. Yep, absolutely. Names are getting played with a little bit here. Misspellings and things. Afternoon Squirrel. Thank you for red flags. Trying to be polite. Yes, please be polite. This is all about being polite. Andrew McDonald. I guess it's Andrew here. I'm not sure. Kate McDonald. David McGrath. Rod. I can't ever pronounce this last name. I don't know why it gets me tongue-tied. Olivier. Okay, pardon my tongue. Angel Patterson, Kevin Von Bargen, Barry Warnell, Alan Wharton, Christopher Wortman. Of course, then we got the key responders, Stephen Carroll, National Program Manager, RCMP Material Asset Management Uniform Equipment Program. Stephen Carroll. Bob Dentermont, former commissioner, RCMP headquarters. Wonder what his former job was. Usually they have a position prior. Christine Lamarche, Director General Procurement, RCMP Material Asset Management, Inspector Karina DeRosier, RCMP Truth Verification Section. Oof. Wow. That section needs help. Constable Ben McLeod, RCMP Emergency Response Team, H Division. Constable Matthew Perry, RCMP H Division. Protected B. One only knows what the protected C stuff would read. You know, O drives and things. Summary. Please note that the content in this section is intended to assist readers with knowing what to expect in detailed narrative below. Narrative. It is not intended to present a comprehensive overview of all of the available information. And why, you may ask? Well, that's because they decided so. That's why. Who's paying for it? 1. The purpose of this foundational document is to organize and share the information currently available to the Commission with respect to the perpetrator's access to and possession of police paraphernalia. This document includes discussion of police vehicles and associated kit or clothing, whether or not they were authentic. Much of the evidence of the Commission as received to date is in the form of witness interviews, which you only get part of, and is from the RCMP H-Strong investigation documents. But where's the RCMP stuff? Mostly it's commission stuff. Way late. Where questions remained unanswered and witnesses were available and willing to be. I thought, where's the subpoena power? Oh, that's gone. Was it even there? Crazy talk. Yeah. Maybe we should put that up. Where's the banner? Okay. To be re-interviewed, commission investigators conducted their own inquiries. The analysis of facts may be subject to change should the commission uncover further evidence in the course of its work. But you just finished saying that's not really what you're about. It's not intended. What is your intention exactly? I'd like to know. Snow, perhaps? Shiny things? Fucking with everybody? Most of all families? In total, the perpetrator had four decommissioned police vehicles at the time of the mass casualty. 3 2013 Ford Taurus motor vehicles and 1 2017 Ford Taurus. 2 of the 2013 and 2017 vehicles were registered. Not like I haven't said that before. I hate doing the I told you so's, but there are a lot of I told you so's. I try and bear them down to a minimum. A company owned by the perpetrator. One of the 2013 vehicles was not registered by the perpetrator after it was purchased. Is that relevant, particularly? The vehicles were purchased through the Government of Canada movable asset online auction site known as GC Surplus. GC Surplus is, quote, online closed bidding system, which sometimes you may have prior knowledge of. Things going out the door in the back, perhaps? I don't know. That sells movable assets, including vehicles, for more than 100 departments and agencies within the Government of Canada. Hyperlinked. Don't know if this one works or not. Probably. Excuse me. GC Surplus website explains how the auction work as follows. A government department, agency, public organization declares an item surplus. B, GC Surplus sales representative works with the department, agency, or public organization to create an auction listing. C, GC Surplus posts an auction on gcsurplus.ca. D, the general public and business browse the items for posted sale. Sometimes you may know about things beforehand, like proceeds of crime. How, you ask? God only knows. Registered users bid on the items they're interested. The highest bid wins. F, GC Surplus publishes the winning price online GC surplus emails the successful bidder an invoice payment instructions and removal deadline. H, winning bidder takes possession of their purchase. The perpetrator, 4, the perpetrator also perpetrates. Yes, let's use the broad language for the deniability factor. That's good. Various items outside GC surplus that were used to turn a 2017 Ford Taurus, get ready to drink, into decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Those items included reflective vinyl, which apparently it was very important to ask whether it was hexagonal or octagonal or rhombus or whatever balls they're dreaming up over their geography or geometry shapes. Question, who cares? What a way to try and snow that question. And silent patrolman, light bar silent patrolman, among other things. Some of these items were ordered online through sites such as Amazon and eBay. Of course, there's going to be receipts for everything, right? A few were purchased through friends. Interesting. Friends who? I don't know. Maybe Max. Who knows? To give him his due, he said he only met him twice. Just had dental work done, and his dad had dental work done. And in some circumstances, the perpetrator purchased the raw materials for making decals, decorating the vehicle. I don't think it's a tree, in the form of reflective vinyl. Some materials were shipped to addresses in the United States, where the perpetrator picked up the packages and transported them back across the border into Canada. And sex unknown. Okay. Statement Bill Squire, Statement Bill Mike Folsom, Mass Casualty Commission Sean Conlog, Statement Angel Patterson. Do any of these work? Let's try. Bets? Aw. Cookies. Do you have the cookies? Here's the cookies. Tracking you all. Aw. Okay. No, you don't need to know. The press can know. Don't worry, but that's because they signed NDAs. Way at the beginning. Perpetrator was in possession of several RCMP uniforms, including RCMP shirt, an RCMP shirt, a red surge, high brown boots, a Sam Brown belt, dark blue pants with yellow stripe, and a Stetson hat. The perpetrator also possessed various other items, including handcuffs, bring on the WD-40, discussed in more detail below. 7, the Commission is not currently aware of any report to police about the perpetrator's possession of police paraphernalia, including uniforms, accessories, and vehicles. Any report, they're not aware of any report. Okay. Not aware of any report to police. The perpetrator's online research, pursuant to search warrant issued April 20, 2020, the RCMP seized an Acer tablet computer and a Toshiba laptop computer from the perpetrator's apartment at blank Portland Street, Dartmouth, because that's got to be a big secret, right? Oh, but it might, it may affect those who move into that residence. Oh, that's right. It was demolished. Search warrant for blank, Portland Street, exhibit ledger for Portland. Wonder if that works. Let's see here. Oh, no. Major crime scene property continuity form. This is important. Continuity is an important term to know. That's the chain of evidence. You know, like when they destroy evidence and stuff like that, or things like that. There's forms for everything. There better be. Portland Street. Oh, okay. Search warrant issued April 30. Trauma informed. Very trauma informed. No public inquiry. Hello, MH. No. Red flags. Anybody asks, they're hopping in late here. Be sure to bring them the red flags. So we know. No mention of the Samsung. No. But that may not be applicable. I don't know. Search warrant authorized to search the stored data in seized devices. You know, like the Celebrate that they can't seem to use, or shall we say selectively use. Arlene Westerfelt, BC. Gainey. Anybody know that story? Search warrant issued May 27th, 2020. Authorized search data associated with Perpetrator and Lisa Banfield's email addresses. Search warrant issued June 16, 2020. Authorized search of data from Amazon.com, Amazon.ca, accounts associated with the perpetrator's email address. But that could be anybody. To the best of my knowledge, didn't have an iPhone. She had an iPhone. I think he had Samsung. Could be wrong. But we all know that doesn't say anything. I could have Bilbo Baggins at hotmail.com. Does that mean I'm Bilbo Baggins? No. In fact, Porta-Pick. Unless somebody's named Mr. Porta-Pick, that makes it rather hard. Magnet Forensics conducted a forensic examination of the data and produced several reports. Magnet Forensics specializes in recovery of analysis and reporting of digital evidence on smartphones, computers, and all connected devices and the cloud. I'm just going to be a smart ass. Magnets and hard drives don't get on. Just saying. Magnet Forensics Examination Report, Mixed Cloud Report, Magnet Forensics Examination Sites Visited, Magnet Forensics Examination Report, various search term mixed, Magnet Forensics Examination Report, RCMP various term, search term mixed cloud. The investigation revealed that the perpetrator, assuming for these purposes that he was the person, do you see? Oh, but you know, of course, assuming he was the person conducting the searches, was searching online for information about the RCMP and police paraphernalia since at least the beginning of 2018. See timeline Appendix A. Wonder if Appendix A is here. On the 15th January 2018, the perpetrator, but that, you just contradicted yourself. You just finished saying assuming. So you don't know, because that makes an ass out of you and me. Somebody did a search, conducted a search for RCMP website for uniform badge information, so you say, visited, quote, made in China website searching for police badge. It is not known if any orders were placed through this website. Right. Visited various sites relating to the generation of fake identification. There's, you could probably put that into the drinking game too. Fake goes in there. Drink up. Visited a site containing information about web members in an individual's local RCMP detachment. Interesting. Conducted an open source search for information on collecting military police insignia. Visited the RCMP website, specifically the uniform page, and conducted other open source searches in relation to RCMP uniforms. I should clarify at the beginning of all these, somebody did. Somebody conducted searches of sites related to obtaining fake identification and police badges, including law enforcement, ID records, and badges. Somebody also searched, not he, somebody also searched for RCMP badges for sale, RCMP badge number lookup, and fake RCMP badge. So you say, which you can't seem to produce records for, but we'll see. Conducted an open source search, somebody, for quote, member of my local RCMP detachment, quote. On February 24th, then we have the magnet stuff again. February 24th, 2019, the Perpetrator A visited RCMP website, specifically the section related to badge insignia. I don't know why that's not hyperlinked. Maybe because now people can't look at badges, like white cars that drive down roads. Oh, look, it's a police car. It's white. Conducted 2 searches on eBay. Somebody on eBay for collectible police decals and stickers. Somebody visited sell.gc.ca, government public services and procurement website, and searched for a decal kit. Somebody searched eBay for other sites for police decals. More magnet stuff. On March 5th, 2019, somebody conducted searches for front bumper parts for 2013-2014 Ford Taurus. Well, don't worry about that, because you can get parts, bumpers, push bars from somebody. Or so they say. On March 19th, 2019, the Perpetrator or somebody visited a site to view RCMP version of a sweater, tactical fleece. Somebody visited a site to look at RCMP outerwear. At the same time, somebody was searching for high visibility jackets and hoodies. This is disgusting. The presumptions that they want you to buy. Somebody conducted an open source search for RCMP patrol jackets, RCMP high visibility jackets, and general RCMP clothing. And somebody conducted a search for RCMP police radio and RCMP police radio frequency. More magnet references to somebody. On March 20th, 2019, somebody conducted a search for RCMP police radio and RCMP police radio frequency. On March 26, 2019, somebody, I'm going to have this thing here. Computer not happy. Somebody searched Kijiji for interceptors for sale. Somebody accessed a news article entitled CPD Investigating Why Cops Sick Personal Car Equipped Like Squad Car. Somebody visited several sites to search for partitions and push bumpers. Don't worry, somebody can supply those too. For vehicles, and somebody accessed an article that details 2016 incident involving an individual in the United States who was driving a vehicle outfitted with red flashing lights. On April 1st, 2019, somebody visited an eBay site looking for lights for a 2013 Ford Taurus. On April 23rd, 2019, somebody conducted 2 searches for RCMP car decals. On May 29th, 2019, somebody visited a decal company website. Somebody visited roblox.com searching for information about RCMP decals. Somebody visited a Kijiji retailer site for RCMP collectibles. Somebody visited the 911 RCMP car decals by Lone Stranger, GranTurismo.com, and somebody conducted a search for RCMP musical ride decals and also RCMP car decals. More hyperlinks to Magnet. On June 28th, 2019, the Perpetrator, again, oops, sorry for my misspeak. Somebody visited websites with information on 2002 Ford Taurus airbag sensor. Because the 2002 is very relevant. Maybe it's one of those blue cars or something. On July 31st, 2019, somebody visited the Government of Canada Procurement website, buy, sell, and sell gc.ca. Somebody visited the RCMP website. Somebody conducted an open source search for RCMP 26B11 patrol car, and also a search for RCMP Truro. And these red herrings, somebody searches for the cost of an RCMP vehicle, and somebody conducted a Google search for RCMP 26B11. Just taking note of these things, I have very strong opinions on certain things, but anyway. On August 18th, 2019, somebody conducted a Google search on why police leave their vehicles running. Somebody conducted a Google search for a prisoner transportation system, including the installation guide for the silent patrolman. Somebody did a Google search 2013 Police Ford Interceptor. Somebody visited a site called 11 Things You Didn't Know About Cop Cars, and somebody visited a site discussing the types of tires police use. Quote, police use. On September 27th, 2019, the Perpetrator, somebody conducted a Google search for push bars and LED lights. Well, if they know exactly who it is, I'd like to see them typing. Wouldn't you? Wonder if any iPhones access that stuff. Uniforms and kit. What the Perpetrator had ordered. Again, that's a somebody. Because we don't know, because it's online. Uniform items, April 26th, 2020, RCMP members recovered high brown boots and Sam Brown belt and holster from the brush near the far side of parking lot 123 Ventura Drive in DeBert, where somebody spent several hours overnight, April 18th and 19th, 2020, because you said so. Because you had a feeling. Available additional information of the perpetrator's movements night, April 18, 19, is contained in overnight to Burt foundational document. Well, that was problematic to say the least. High brown boots, Sam Brown belt, and holster. Photographs taken where? In the field? No. In an office. Anybody noticing anything particular about the boots? Are they implicating that Wortman wasn't the killer? No, I'm saying somebody. Sorry, Loretta. I'm substituting somebody because they did say at the beginning, you have to assume that it was him. So I'm just helping them out so they don't look like an ass. Ass out of you and me type ass. The high brown boots were in worn condition. They had Wortman written on the inside and no laces and spurs. These boots are very difficult for anybody other than the owner to wear. Any RCMP will tell you that. Very specific, like very specific. Molded for your foot specific. Don't know how Wortman ends up in there because, according to Chris, he didn't write it in there and he's not really the type size. Photographs, he didn't write his name in them, according to him. Photographs of high brown boots search after a feeling at 123 Ventura Drive a week later. The Sam Brown belt included a shoulder strap, handcuff pouch, and magazine pouch and pistol holster. The pouches and holster were empty, and it was photographed on the floor. Okay, in the RCMP headquarters. There we go. Blue pants with yellow stripe. You know, the ones that you want to take around when you're getting pursued all over Nova Scotia. The spare pair of pants, of course. April 20th, 2020, the RCMP recovered pants from the front passenger seat of Joseph Weber's Ford Escape. Doesn't look like a front seat last I checked. No. Forensic analysis determined that only the perpetrator's DNA were on these pants. Well, if these, shiny thing articles that they want to pump out about salacious garbage, which seems to get everybody all wound up like a 10-cent toy, except if you're just not falling for this stuff. Sex cells should have all kinds of DNA on it. Should it not? Where's that? Don't know. The commission currently does not have evidence to suggest the perpetrator wore these pants as mass casualty. I feel like I've said that somewhere. Photograph of yellow pants found during search of Joseph Weber's Ford Escape. So then, why aren't they photographed in the Ford Escape? I'm having problems. I'm having problems. Are you not? I've always had problems. Great evidence photo. I'm feeling satisfied. Stephen Carroll, National Program Manager, RCMP Material and Asset Uniform Management and Equipment Program, reviewed photographs of the pants. On the floor, I'm sure he's seen lots of pants. And authenticated the pants as being RCMP issued. Here, take off your pants, put them on the floor. Okay. We'll take a photo of it. Are those real pants? Oh, yeah. Counsel for the Attorney General confirmed in a letter that A, the design slide fastener, slide fastener, waist snap, yellow braid on the pants are consistent. The period correct RCMP issued trousers washable. B, the pant label was inconclusive. And the pant design, rear duty belt strap, and yellow braid were consistent with period correct RCMP issued trousers washable. So is all of their pants. And correctional service jacket. Oh, now it's blue. I thought it was maroon. Maybe I misread. April 20th. Again, found during search of Joseph Weber's Ford Escape. Sorry, I know I don't have my glasses. I'm having a difficult time. Does that look like the Ford Escape? Oh, those are fold-up chairs in the background. Oh, there's a trolley, for like moving furniture and stuff. Brown paper bags. Definitely looks like a Ford Escape. Carpet? Okay, tables. I mean, blue puffy. Should have at least a lot of blood. Hello, oh dear. Glad you could join us. Yes, should have a lot of blood. Kind of like a photo, we'll see it later on. April 20th, 2020, members recovered a correctional service jacket from the front passenger seat of Joseph Weber's vehicle. Forensic analysis determined that only perpetrator's DNA was on the jacket. But I thought they said, or the implication was, that it came from Sean McLeod. So how in the hell does it not have his DNA on it? Paper is very clean as well. No blood. No blood on the paper in the RCMP office. Don't worry about it. Was this not? Two questions. Please, I know it takes a little while for those to click through, but I was fairly certain that they said A, it was stolen from Sean McLeod, and B, that it was a maroon jacket. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somehow I'm having maroon in my head. April 20th, members recovered RCMP Correctional Service Canada jacket from front passenger seat of Joseph Weber's. Forensic determined only perpetrator's DNA. Okay. RCMP uniform shirt. Is this the beige one? The khaki one? Almost looks white. I don't know. Gina Goulet's residence. Found at Gina Goulet's residence. No, I think it's found on the floor. It looks like it's photographed on a floor. Fairly clean. Let me have a look here. My terrible eyes. Oh, goodness. Looks so clean. Almost looks like a white shirt. My sarcasm. Sorry. April 19th, 2020. There was an image of a maroon jacket in the grass with the vest. Okay. So whose coat is this supposed to be? Sean's DNA is not on it. Yeah. Problems. Isn't it his jacket? Supposedly? No sweat marks on the stain or on the shirt. Oh my God, another squeaky clean clothing. No, they do think you're stupid, Linda, but that's the thing. You're not. I would never go around insulting people unless they probably deserved it. It's really a waste of time. April 19th, 2020, RCMP members recovered long sleeve uniform shirt intact and stamped with RCMP on the inside collar from Gina Goulet's residence, blank, Highway 224, Shubenacadie. RCMP investigators also reported, then they took it somewhere else and then they photographed it. It makes sense. Makes sense. That's the way crime scenes are done. RCMP investigators reported that the issue date appeared to be 19X0, noting that they could not decipher the third number of the year. Doesn't look like that old of a shirt, to be honest with you. And if it's a gray shirt, that's fairly recent issue, as opposed to the khaki one, which is older. I guess it's just worn out with all the sweat stains and such. Oops. Noting that they could not decipher the third number in the year. Well, of course not. Their eyes must have been trained by reading all these documents that they plow people through. Forensic analysis determined that the perpetrator's DNA, as well as another unidentifiable DNA sample, was on the shirt. Is this the unidentifiable male always referred to? Was on the shirt. The RCMP task action report states that Constable Mike Woolcock contacted Uniform and Equipment Program in Ottawa and was told there was, quote, no trackable information on these uniform items and, quote, no records where these shirts were issued. Don't worry, they burned 7 tons of them. No blood. No blood. Okay. Who again saw this person wearing it? Email Sergeant Sleehey, update uniform task action report, Constable Stanton, Constable, singular, forensic science identification services laboratory report for Florence Celestin, forensic identification occurrence report, Corporal J. Anthony, page 3. Okay, here's the sweat stains and the indecipherable third number. Well, it's got 1990 there. I don't know. Perfection 1990. And what the number did they say it was? Sorry, just so I'm clear. 19XO with some unseeable thing on the end. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing 1990. I don't see any X. Anybody on the X? Oh, that's missing. Anybody see the X? That's a clear 9, says Green Bastard. But I'm not seeing an X. I'm not seeing anything that they're talking about. 15-inch neck. Is that over here? 16? 16? This one? I'm not seeing the number, though. Yeah. I don't think you're going to get a hit back on it. It's just some shirt randomly placed on the floor. It would be my suspicion. No X. It appears to be quite a bit dirtier, but you wear a shirt, sometimes the sweat doesn't quite show, which is just foul. Stephen Carroll, National Program Manager. So are we agreed that the picture doesn't quite match the detail that they set up here? I know I'm slow, devil in the details. 19X0. Are we agreed that there is nothing that resembles that in there? If not, I'll just chalk it up to bad eyesight, which had been ruined by the RCMP. I want new eyesight. Anybody on the X? Anybody? No takers? They put an X and said it was not readable. Oh, I see. My apologies. Okay, so I misread it. Thank you. I sometimes I get so bogged down. So, okay, it's not readable. Well, that's quite readable. 1990. I don't know how that's a problem, which is a clear 9. Thank you, Green Bastard. I do need some correct, like not some. I need lots of help all the time. Okay, so doesn't seem to be a problem. Most people can read that, even I can with bad eyesight. Stephen Carroll, National Program Manager, RCMP Material. Okay. Word processing. Right. Anyways, and asset management uniform equipment program reviewed photographs of the shirt and authenticated it as an RCMP issued article of clothing. Counsel for the Attorney General of Canada confirmed in a letter that A, the shirt design, fabric, particular collar identification are consistent with RCMP issued duty shirt. B, the garment label is consistent with textile makeup and wash care instructions. The collar identification is consistent with period correct size, material, master number, year, manufacturer, vendor, which of course I'm sure that you could just easily backtrace this stuff. Oh, but they couldn't read the number. I don't know. I guess here they can. And vendor name, RCMP issued duty shirt. Perhaps then you might be able to trace the shirt. Do you know? You might be able to figure out who the shirt was given to. Here, possibly. And the vendor name, RCMP issued shirt, duty shirt. Certainly be able to tell, I think, where it would be issued, like went to, sent to, detachment maybe. Shirt design, fabric, RCMP, shoulder flashes are consistent with RCMP issued duty shirt. Or you can just pick them up at your, those trading clubs that's what they put. Oh, the police paraphernalia, all the police paraphernalia. Oh, it's just shoulder badges. The RCMP shoulder flash is consistent with period correct RCMP issued shoulder flash. Mm-hmm. And so is any shirt that you lay on the floor, I would think. Thin blue line patch. Oh, letter from DOJ. Thank you for that. September 2nd, 2019, perpetrator or somebody, not or somebody, because perpetrator is totally open-ended, ordered a patch described as Canada flag patch, thin blue line, Canadian Maple SWAT police. eBay records for somebody. Banking records might prove who are signatures on those accounts with receipts. Very easy to find. High visibility yellow vest. Photograph of high visibility yellow vest found at Gina Goulet's residence. Question: why is it not at Gina Goulet's? Why is it on the floor again? Oh my. April 19th, 2020. I'm probably going to eat some of my sarcastic words, but that's fine. I'm going to say them. April 19th, 2020, RCMP members recovered high visibility vest from Gina Goulet's, but apparently now they can't show you the photo of that. To Highway 224, Shubenacadie, blank. Forensic analysis determined that only the perpetrator's DNA was found on the vest. Nobody ever handled it or anything. Witnesses reported seeing the perpetrator wearing the vest, which was yellow, or could be orange, depending on who you talk to. During the mass casualty, and perpetrator is wearing high visibility vest in photo images captured from security camera footage at the Millbrook Trading Post, which the time is wrong, the build is wrong on the person in it. They seem to need some diet, I think, perhaps. C414, forensic lab request. Forensic Science and Identification Services Laboratory, Forensic Florence Celestin, again, April 26. Pretty speedy on that one. Statement Gerald Whitman. Statement Elaine Mosher Whitman. Statement Colleen Nesseth. Okay. Now, when I was looking at this image, I do want to just check something here. No, that was it. One moment, please. Okay, that's a zoomed in copy. That's zoomed in. Now, here we have what the media and everybody showed versus what they show. Slightly different. Fisheye wide angle. I'm not sure. Text smaller. Text quite a bit smaller. I don't even know how you'd quite zoom that. I guess maybe you'd cut it off. Let's see, how did they do that exactly? One moment. You don't want to show anything too close. That might be a problem. Could be. Huh. No? Everything seems to be in frame. Text quite a bit bigger. I'm pretty sure that is the same. Oh, no, everything's the same. Not sure. The image is different. They've stretched it out or they've manipulated it somehow. No? Anyway, moving along. Looks chunky. Is he wearing a mask? I don't know. Maybe. But they blocked the text? Over 6 feet, regular size. Nope. Vest has 0 orange. Yes, but I'm making a sarcastic comment depending on who sees it. You know my sense of humor. Kit. So how was it described somewhere? I don't know. Anyway, badge. Okay. April 21st, RCMP members recovered an EMT badge. Oh, I wonder if that will come up later sometime down the road. In black wallet, perpetrator had at the time of his death. It is not known. Had in his wallet at the time of his death. It is not known. when or how acquired the badge, or if it's in the one referenced by witnesses. Oh, I'm smelling snow. Again, photographed where? On the floor somewhere. Rando badge. Aren't these things numbered? Okay, I'm trying to say, well, it could just be that badge. Don't worry about it. Plastic bullet holders. Oh, here we go. Something's photographed outside of the RCMP headquarters. Good. Win. Photograph on the ground, I don't know where. Photograph of plastic bullet holders found during search 123 Ventura Drive. I had a feeling, so I went for a walk a few times. April 26th, 2020. I think my sarcasm is lost, except on the people down in Ottawa who are getting really pissed off. April 26, 2020, RCMP members recovered plastic bullet holders from 123 Ventura Drive. Okay. Radar speed measuring device. Photograph of radar speed measuring device found during search at 123 Ventura Drive. On a tarp. Somewhere. Okay. That seems like it's on grass. Because of course the best place to do and the best time to do mechanical work is behind a welding shop in the dark. Right? That's where I do all my stuff. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Hello, Linda. Hello. So why the interview guy yesterday and not Evans, whose last name was on labels? I'm sorry, I'm not quite getting it. Retire. Sorry, can you possibly rephrase? It isn't lost on me. I enjoy it so much. Okay. That's where the best mechanics do the work. Of course, because we all know mechanic shops, you know what you do. You don't have a lift or anything. You don't. No. Where are the tools, by the way? Where are the tools? This stuff is going to be wired, and you're going to have to rip out the interior of your car, I'm presuming. The wires are going to be running all over the place. No? Let's just take a photograph of something on a tarp. Because then tools are outside. Oh, maybe they're left in the field. Anybody got a feeling? Perhaps you can go for a walk. Sorry, Evans should have been interviewed as his last name was at the bottom of the label. And the shirt? Did I miss that? On the crate. Oh. Okay. I don't know. Who knows who they're interviewing? April 26, 2020, RCMP members recovered radar speed measuring device, not with tuning forks. Don't worry about that. Because everybody buys those too. For parades, or maybe you hate pigs. Wasn't that the other comment? I know you're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars if you hate pigs. That makes sense. RCMP recovered radar speed measuring device from 123 Ventura Drive on a feeling. The perpetrators, or somebody, of course. I think we just need to say somebody. Somebody ordered this device on eBay. Every time they say, when I say they use the word perpetrator in anything, just put somebody. Oh, sorry, you were talking about somebody? The perpetrator drove down here. Well, Nick, It may change. It's somebody. Oh boy. On September 2nd, 2019, somebody also ordered a set of radar tuning forks from eBay. That makes sense. I hate pigs. The radar tuning forks were not recovered. I don't know. Maybe he lost them in some other random field. Police reporting occurrence system, the PROS. Is that the one that also the pointer car was marked on? The pointer Mercedes? Yes, whose credit card? Oh, no, don't worry about those fist, don't worry about the minor details, Bush baby. What are you talking about? You don't need receipts. It's not like FinTrack doesn't have all this, Jessica Davis. eBay records from somebody. Oh, Web duty belt. Photograph of Web duty belt recovered and on the floor somewhere. Front passenger. Well, that looks like front passenger to me, doesn't it? To you? Look at that chair. That seat. So well worn in. Those brown paper bags. Pesky things. Just getting in the way again. No, don't worry about taking a photograph at the crime scene. Move along. April 21st, 2020, recovered duty belt with no firearm holster from Gina Goulet's Mazda 7. When somebody stole and driving at the time of somebody's death, the belt had a handcuff key, extendable baton, and mag light, as well as empty handcuff pouch. Again, please be very clear. I am not denying that this could well be easily Mr. Wortman. It's the languaging I'm getting pissed with. If you're sure that it's Mr. Wortman, say it. Just quit with this plausible deniability clause that you're building everywhere. So I'm going to make fun of it. Email from Sergeant Seeley. Uniform update. Handcuffs. Oh, these are the ones that are cleaned, WD-40'd, scrubbed with wire brushes. Not a very good cleaning job. I see a marking, AF. Not a serial number. But I am seeing a poor job on cleaning and no scuff marks from wire brush, said wire brush. Perhaps that's on the other side, on the RCMP floor, right? Not a crinkle in the brown wrapping paper. But isn't Jessica Davis CSIS? Well, it depends on where she's saying she's working today. CSIS, sometimes FinTrack, now private consultant for private security firm. Okay. Yeah, moving along. Photograph of handcuffs recovered by civilian and scrubbed and WD-40. I'm just not seeing those scuff marks, though. I'm thinking if a wire brush is being run across them, they're probably going to be fairly scratched. Provided to, and you know that this is what you do. Of course, you take handcuffs from a crime scene, take them home, bother to take the time to find the WD-40 can and the wire brush, Give them a good scrub so you can give them away. That makes sense. Private security? Well, I don't know Brenda's private security, but something's going on there. April 21st, civilian handed over a set of cuffs to RCMP. The civilian was a witness to the events at Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. He found the handcuffs on the side of the road on the scene, April 20th, 2020, and when he attended the scene. The evening. Interesting. Okay. Nobody's doing crime scene processing on your family member? But you did have the parade, right? Be sure to get that car. Have the parade, but not process the crime scene. Okay. When he attended the scene, the civilian cleaned the handcuffs with WD-40 and wire brush before handing them over to Matthew Perry. The civilian said the handcuffs were charred and that he recovered them under a pile of ash. Like to know, was anybody protecting the crime scene of your family member? Or was it just a free-for-all? So that they could take it and spray it with WD-40 and wire brush cleaning, which certainly doesn't look like it's been cleaned. Anybody noticing any scuffs? I'm not. Making sense. Lots of sense here. Oh, there's a number. Constable Perry put the handcuffs in a bag, labeled them 51. On the bag were in writing handcuffs identified as Smith and Wesson, handcuffs from scene. I'm reading some of this all for the first time, so bear with me. That's why I'm probably going to eat my shirt on some of this. I'm seeing a number, I think. Express, what does that say? Maybe not a number. Something in co. Not seeing Smith and Wesson, but okay. I'm seeing other things. You guys all have better eyes than I do. Perhaps somebody could review that picture. Let's see here. Let's try and help out the RCMP here. They're having difficult times. It's very good to help when you can. Let's see. Now, how do I do this? Image, rotate 180 degrees. Okay. Let's see here. Spring something? Anybody? Something handcuff. Did I cut it off maybe? Some peerless handcuff? Co? Spring something. Don't quite see Smith and Wesson, but Springfield? Springfield, yeah, Massachusetts. Peerless handcuff. Let's see if there's a peerless handcuff. Sorry, I'm very slow. Devil in the details, right? Okay. There we go. Peerless handcuff company. Mm-hmm. Family owned and operated. Well, I'm not getting that they're made by Smith and Wesson. Are you? Forensic covered up their report, not saying how they obtained the cuffs and not saying from civilian. Hello, Tony. Caper Gal, hello. Witness have some RCMP connections. There may be connections with certain people. I don't know. All things rather interesting. Massachusetts, isn't that where Massachusetts, Pennsylvania spent most of the time after when Gabriel Wortman was born? We have no idea because there's no records to any of that. The odd family tree. Don't know how even these relations work. Moving along. I don't know who's related to who. Enter statements to RCMP. That would just be because they're not forthcoming. Truth's very easy to tell. April 19th and 28th, Lisa Banfield said somebody had a pair of handcuffs, like what the police would have, which are actually Smith & Wessons, which are really peerless because they can't read. I don't know, which seem to be scrubbed, but not. Said the perpetrator had a key for handcuffs and he kept it in the wallet, somebody's wallet. Ms. Banfield thought that somebody may have obtained handcuffs from Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins. Again, I'm not saying that it's not Wortman, but if you want to use language like this, screw off. In her statement to RCMP April 19th, that would be the Brown, Melanson, and others in car, or in ambulance, stuffed in the back. Before Vardy actually talked, because that was the 28th, and the 20th, I believe, Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator handcuffed one of her wrists, but she was able to pull her handcuffs off of her wrist, while in the back of the decommissioned RCMP or replica RCMP cruiser. Time for drinking for those of you who are playing. What day is it again? Monday? You're going to be drunk. No handcuffs were recovered in Portapique. Commission investigators could not determine whether the handcuffs recovered by the civilian in Shubenacadie were the handcuffs Ms. Banfield had on her wrist that night. They obviously couldn't even determine the maker of the handcuffs. Peerless versus Smith and Wesson. Not the same. Further investigation into the handcuffs recovered by the civilian, which were scrubbed, and of course, show wire brush markings by the civilian is ongoing. Yes, I would say that's quite an interesting one. Tampering with scenes, Why is the scene not secured? Because it makes a lot of sense. Taking them in the evening, there would be no crime scene photos of them on the ground in the ashes. Acquisition of uniform. Why are you rooting around in ashes? Why are you rooting around in ashes? What are you doing? Not sure. I don't understand. Maybe I'm just missing something here. Is this what people do? Don't know. No offense on anybody. Is that what people do? Go to crime scenes and root around in the evening. Hey, what can we find here? Acquisition of uniform and kit. There is some information to indicate that somebody searched for police uniform items and kit online. But it is not currently possible to match these search items used or worn during the mass casualty. There's two negatives in there, or things that sow doubt. Somebody, and it's not possible, it's not currently possible. So what have you really come up with then, definitively? Nothing. Witness information about uniform and kit. Lisa Banfield, in her first statement to RCMP, April 19th, I'm a brown Lansing clown car. Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator had his uncle's RCMP uniform, unspecified, quote, but he couldn't fit into it because it's smaller. Okay, so why are we even talking about it then? Also said that somebody had a fluorescent jacket that he or she put into the front seat, quote, to make it look like they're a cop. In her interview with the RCMP, April 28th, 2020, I will go back and correct all of this. No, of course I won't. But if her statement reads, Gabriel Wortman did these things, then perhaps just type that. In her interview with RCMP, April 28th, 2020, with Vardy, who is he related to again? Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator had his uncle's uniform, unspecified. Uncle said she was going to hang the red serge uniform on the wall, as they had other collector things which meant something to them that people had given to them. Is this the same statement where she referred to his disdain, vulgar disdain for police? Because you hang things on the wall of people that you disdain. Hello, Tara. I'm inserting they because they're being unspecific. If they want to use language like this, balls. You can say he if you put the name. I think that makes it easier for everybody. So again, why is she hanging stuff on the wall they dislike police intensely had given to them? Ms. Banfield said somebody did not fit the uniform. Ms. Banfield also said somebody had, quote, khaki shirts like the police officers have, the beigey kind of ones. That's the really old school. Just for those of you who can remember and are older, there are two different types of RCMP shirts. There is the new gray version and the older beige one. The picture that they showed, the one that they couldn't read, 1990, or maybe they could. Seems like the report seemed to say that they could. But again, the links aren't working, so we'll have to wait. Yeah, moving along. Ms. Banfield said the uniforms were initially kept in the cottage in the closet, but the perpetrator then brought them over to the warehouse in Portapique. She said she thought somebody hung the uniforms up in the closet, but the red serge uniform was at one point hanging on a nail on a wall. Ms. Banfield said the boots were at the top of the landing of the warehouse. No mannequin. They were already on display on a mannequin. Oh, mannequin new introduction to the story. Hello, Strawberry. The perpetrator's uncle, Chris Wortman, is a retired RCMP member. He gave 2 statements to the RCMP in the course of the H. Strong investigation. He said that he gave the perpetrator, somebody, his red serge and his high brown boots, which the perpetrator, somebody, displayed in his warehouse the last time Mr. Wortman visited them in Portapique sometime between 2014 and 16. And they were displayed. I guess the display got lost. Maybe the mannequin did too. Mr. Wortman said he did not give any uniform shirts. However, he said somebody would have access, anybody could have access to his shirts and other uniform items when he visited Mr. Wortman. Mr. Wortman doubted that they would have taken these items, though particularly because he was smaller than the perpetrator and the items would not fit him. Mr. Wortman said that he is around 5'10", and the perpetrator, Mr. Wortman in this case, is 6'2" and 3. Like to see high browns that fit when you're 5 inches in difference. Oh, I couldn't imagine trying to put that on. Talk about feet binding. Oh, 2 statements, April 21st, April 28th, Chris Wortman. The RCMP interviewed Chris Wortman a second time, April 28th, 2020. In that interview, Mr. Wortman said he did not recall writing his name in the boots. Pretty sure he said, I didn't. But I'll have to, plus I only read one. Mr. Wortman also said he has his Stetson hat and Sam Brown belt. He still had it, so he didn't give them. 224, page 28, show some items, yellow vest, RCMP shirt. Yes. So why is there one photo of scrunched up material on the ground. Where's all the rest of the crime scene photos? I don't doubt that. I've showed that picture many times. So why is it that they can only take one crime scene photo? That makes sense. Alan Wortman, perpetrator's uncle and retired RCMP member, also told the RCMP in his statement, May 1st, 2020, that he did not give the pants with the yellow stripe, because those pants wouldn't fit, but be sure to take them all around Nova Scotia, the spare pants from Chris Wortman, 5'10", versus 6'3". Because we're living in Germany with short pants. Did not give the striped pants or any other uniform items to whoever they're referring to. Mr. Wortman said he did not seen or spoken to the perpetrator in more than 23 years. During the interview, Inspector Karina DeRosier, the RCMP, took photographs of the ceremonial uniform and 2 patrol jackets still in Mr. Wortman's possession. Didn't know you could take patrol jackets home, but fair enough. Sure, he retired before all that was in place. This includes 1 red serge, breeches, dark blue with yellow stripe, a Stetson hat, a striped Sam Brown belt, brown leather boots, a patrol jacket, and a winter jacket. Mr. Wortman also said that he did not recall being issued duplicate uniform items during his time at the RCMP. Mr. Wortman spoke to the RCMP again May 2nd, 2020, at which time, second time, okay, at which time he stated that he did not have his original red serge and must have ordered a new one during his time at the RCMP, as the original had a metal clip close to the neck portion, and the one he has currently had a Velcro closure. Mr. Wortman said the high brown boots he had were still his original pair. He said Paul Wortman, the perpetrator's father, sometimes wore high brown boots when riding his motorcycle. However, Mr. Wortman said he had a feeling. Everybody has a feeling. The perpetrator's father had a pair of high brown boots, and that he did not give him a pair, but said that it was possible that he had given them to the perpetrator's father. I can't even, that's hard to decipher. Perhaps I've just been reading too long. But why would Paul Wortman have a pair of high brown boots? Statement Alan Wortman. Photographs. Many. Statement Alan Wortman number 2. At the time of the mass casualty, David McGrath and partner of Lisa was the partner of Lisa's sister. David McGrath was the partner of Maureen. This may come up later. In his statement, April 19th, he told the RCMP the perpetrator, quote, had already had an RCMP uniform from his uncle, unspecified, who was in the RCMP in BC. Well, that does narrow it down. That's Chris. Mr. McGrath said that he saw, if we're talking about Mr. Wortman, he saw the red serge at the Portapique residence. Mr. McGrath said the perpetrator showed him the red serge, which was in a storage room. Mr. McGrath said he also saw a charcoal gray long sleeve RCMP shirt, the hat, RCMP style hat, and a pair of black pants with yellow stripe on a coat rack in Portapique residence. So not khaki shirt, but gray shirt. Okay. And again, we don't know the maternal side of Wortman's family. We don't know his family really at all. It's a mess. On November 12th, 2021, David McGrath was interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission. During his interview, Mr. McGrath confirmed that he saw the red serge and pants with yellow stripe, as well as a, quote, fireman's outfit, end quote. He said the perpetrator had purchased at Crown Assets. Mr. McGrath said the perpetrator told him some of the RCMP uniforms were given to him by his uncle. So how many were purchased at Crown Assets? Makes no sense. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a hard time deciphering that, but I'm not going to focus on it a lot, other than the fact that I'm very confused how Paul Wortman would be wearing high browns. Somebody, RCMP, hopefully will leave a comment. I know that there's a bunch of them watching, as to how difficult the high browns are to put on. Well, they really aren't one size fits all. In her statement to RCMP, April 19th, Maureen Banfield said the perpetrator had the whole uniform, including the hat. She said she thought the perpetrator had a bulletproof vest. Ms. Banfield said the perpetrator was an odd collector, describing motorbikes, minis. I don't know if that's generally referring specifically to the uniform. I think that's just a mishmash. In his statement to the RCMP, June 30th, 2020, James Banfield, now guilty of what? Unauthorized transportation of prohibited ammunition. Ouch. Lisa Banfield's brother remembered seeing the red serge and a, quote, brown rounded hat, end quote, that he thought, quote, was a wraparound like Smokey the Bear hat, end quote, and a badge. A badge at Portapique residence. I think the EMT badge is a bit of a misnomer. We're on page 27 of 87. Let's take a 2-minute. I don't really have try not to have a mass casualty schedule, so I will be back, when I say I am. And my clocks generally work. See you in 2. Grab Okay. An hour and 45-minute break. Oh, no. I try and keep my word. I don't know if it was right on 2 minutes, but try and keep my word. What are you worth if you don't have your word? How much? Okay. Makes no sense. Checking all the clocks. Gee whiz. Good for you, Uncle Blazer. Great. What's the old guy's name from Hallie? Always calls Rick Howe. Started subdivision on PP. He stated this. Started the subdivision in PP. Is that Bert? Okay, you guys are talking about things I don't know. Try not to play with the machine too much. Bert. Okay. Glad you guys can clarify things for each other. In her statement to the RCMP on April 19th, this is why people work good together, 2020, Stephanie Goulding, Lisa Banfield's niece, said she saw the police uniform and the fully marked decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser at the Portapique residence. Ms. Goulding said she believed Ms. Banfield had dressed up in the uniform at one time. DNA? Oh, noticeably yes. In his interview with RCMP, April 19th, Christopher Goulding said that saw the perpetrator had an RCMP uniform. Mr. Goulding was not sure how the perpetrator had acquired it. No questions arising, of course. Beverly Davidson, Lisa Banfield's sister, told the RCMP in an interview April 19, 2020 that she thought, but was not certain that Ms. Banfield told her the perpetrator had a uniform. Roberta Banfield, partner of Lisa Banfield's brother, Charles. Yes, I did need to. Wanted to check. I don't think I'd heard that name before. Others familiar with Charles? I just missed Charles. Where's my family tree? Oh, yes. Charles and Roberta. My apologies. Okay. Sex sells. Sex sells. Shiny. Brian Brewster, partner of Lisa Banfield's sister Brenda, told the RCMP in his interview April 19th, wasn't he getting charged? Oh, yes. April 19th, 2020, the perpetrator showed him a red police uniform in July 2019 when Mr. Brewster was at Portapique residence for a family reunion. He said the perpetrator had, quote, the full Mountie hat, and quote, as well as the sash and brown boots. He said the perpetrator told him that it was given to him by his uncle, who is a retired RCMP officer, unspecified. Charles Banfield, Lisa Banfield's brother, told the RCMP in his statement April 19th, 2020, the perpetrator showed him a badge that was either an RCMP badge or a police badge in his wallet sometime in the last 3 years prior to the mass casualty. You know, that pesky badge. One that Campbell referred to. Brenda Brewster, Lisa Banfield's sister, told RCMP in her interview, April 19, 2020, Lisa Banfield told her the perpetrator had a uniform, police uniform, and a badge. But she herself never saw these items. Friends and acquaintances, the statement RCMP, April 30th, 2020, Daniel Brace, a friend of James Banfield, guilty, said that in approximately 2016, he and his partner Carol were at the perpetrator's house in Portapique for a party. During the party, the perpetrator brought out RCMP uniform and a military uniform for Carol to try on. Must be not tall. I mislabeled this video. I'm going through the wrong document. But anyway, we'll continue. It's good. In an interview, May 11, 2020, an acquaintance of perpetrator who lived in Maine, an acquaintance of the perpetrator, just an acquaintance, acquaintances, who lived in Maine, told American authorities that the perpetrator, quote, always, end quote, carried a badge in his wallet. She said it, quote, looked like an RCMP badge, but couldn't recall if the badge had said RCMP on it. An American citizen who knows what an RCMP badge looks like, but didn't read it. Okay. Nothing to see here. She said the perpetrator told her that he used the badge to get discounts when staying at hotels, always in his wallet. I just wonder, would that be in the wallet that Mr. Dorrington took the license out of to take the photo of? Did he happen to see the badge? The conflicting Colford statement, I believe it is. Perhaps that's the correction that's going to be made. Yeah, I mean, see? Psychological warfare. Brought to you by who? Oh, the Chronicle Horrid. Okay. Sex sells. In an interview, May 21st, 2020, another individual who also lived in Maine told the RCMP that the perpetrator had a gold badge. Just an individual. Scott Schaefer. In her statement to the RCMP to April 30th, 2020, Carol Brace, Daniel Brace's partner, also recalled that the perpetrator had her try on the RCMP uniform at a party at the perpetrator's house in Portapique. Thinking that she's not 6'3". Somehow, I just have a feeling. But you never know. People are come in all shapes. In her interview with American authorities, May 11th, 2020, Angel Peterson, who had spent time in Maine with the perpetrator and Lisa Banfield and Sean Conlog, just because they're an acquaintance, because he spent time, said that the perpetrator always carried a badge in his RCMP wallet. In his police. Carried a police badge in his wallet. Always. Here we go with that pesky word again. That damn badge. You know? Why is it always popping up? Ms. Patterson said the badge looked like an RCMP badge. Perpetrator told her he carried it to get discounts at hotels, fairly odd, as she knew he was wealthy. Mr. Patterson described the badge as some sort of authority badge. Mr. Patterson. Okay. In her statement, where is his statement? Well, that doesn't seem to be here. Okay. In her statement to the RCMP, April 21st, said that she saw RCMP uniform, including a shirt, yellow striped pants, and red shirt sometime between 2014 and 2017. She said the perpetrator had played sex games in the Red Surge. Okay, I think maybe. No. DD was interviewed by the commission. I don't know if these people have requested to be anonymous. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about any of that. Some people are, some people aren't. Okay. DD interviewed by Mass Casualty Commission April 18th, 2021. She said that she was in the perpetrator's warehouse summer 2019, saw the RCMP Red Surge and an olive green gray shirt with flashes on the shoulder. Maybe it's the military one. I don't know. Okay, interview of DD. In her statement, whose DNA was on the pants? Well, only Portman's, don't you know? Of course, because that's, how those extracurricular activities work as adults, right? Maybe if you're solo. Maybe if you're solo. Hey, Kelly. Solo games. Before they get put on a floor. 50 Garland. Interstatement RCMP, April 30th. I, who partied at the perpetrator's Portapic residence summer 2019, along with EE and DD. I wonder where this person is today. Along with EE and DD, said she saw the police vehicle and police uniforms in the warehouse. I recalled the uniform looked like a Mountie uniform, but it looked too small to fit the perpetrator. Best take those pants all over Nova Scotia with you. Very important. And then throw them away. To get photographed on the floor. She said the perpetrator, quote, had the hat and everything. I also said the perpetrator had, quote, weird greeny gray RCMP shirt. Here we have the description of green once again. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I'm a male, so I'm probably not that great with my colors, or so I'm told. Greeny. Okay. In an interview, April 26, 2019, why told the RCMP. I don't understand the non-anonymity, selective anonymity. Told the RCMP the perpetrator collected police memorabilia and told her he wanted to be an RCMP officer at one time. But then he found out that they were pigs. But then wanted to build cars to honor them in Moncton for a parade. Right. Moving along. Statement of why. In an interview, April 27, 2020, a man whom the perpetrator worked for in the 1990s told the RCMP the perpetrator told him that he had, quote, the uniform because he wanted it to be authentic. He wanted it to be authentic when he took the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. I've got the wrong statement again. I'm sorry. But this is still good for the drinking game because we'll still get this. To the car show. Conversation took place in April or July 2019. Donald Walker. I think he was described in the paper initially as a friend. Anyway, get to that in the next statement. I'm going to read that as well. AA who had a relationship, AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, who had a relationship with the perpetrator at one time, told the RCMP in her statement, May 22nd, 2020, perpetrator had told her he had an old uniform. He said, she said, the perpetrator had previously told her he wanted to be an RCMP officer and that the uniform was related to that. Statement of AA. In his statement to the RCMP, May 6th, 2020, Ronald Gillis, a friend of Aaron Tuck, said that he saw, quote, the full uniform, end quote, at the perpetrator's warehouse on Mother's Day. Mother's Day is a popular day, I think. Weekend in 2019. The perpetrator said he needed a hand putting a denturous chair in his truck. Mr. Gillis said the perpetrator retrieved the uniform from another room and brought it out, and it was still on a hanger. It was on a hanger. So not on the mannequin. Okay. Mr. Gillis said he thought the perpetrator said it was a dress uniform, but said the shirt he saw was beige colored. Oh, so the old school RCMP uniform. Beige colored, not the gray one. The uniform included pants with a yellow stripe on them, a belt and holster. Mr. Gillis said the perpetrator told him it was, quote, real RCMP uniform that, see what they're doing? The insertion. This is more of the, maybe you should have the drinking game for perpetrator. Oh my, that would be even worse. Acquired. Okay. In a statement to RCMP, April 19th, 2020, Robert Doucette, a friend of the perpetrator who also did some work for him, said the perpetrator had a Halifax Regional Police uniform Mr. Doucette saw on a hanger. You know, maybe they're hanging out down at the big stop. At 11:10. Don't know anything about that. Nobody's doing anything over at the big stop. What you talking about, man? Workers. In a statement, May 2nd, 2020, a man who did electrical work. The perpetrator 2015 told the RCMP he saw a mannequin wearing the RCMP uniform in a warehouse. I guess they didn't like that. Then they just made it a hanger. Statement of James Bailey. In an interview, October 19th, 2021, an acquaintance of the perpetrator who did work for him over the years told Mass Casualty Commission the perpetrator showed him a uniform, bulletproof vest, and a badge. Oh, there's that badge again. Damn badge. At the warehouse sometime after 2014. This is Bill Acker. Denturist and denture clinic patients and associates. You think somewhere in here somebody's going to be contacting somebody. You'd think. You'd think. Or maybe they were contacted. Olu Brown, who rented a chair from Atlantic Denture Clinic, Perpetrator's Denture Clinic, from 2011 to 2019. So I'm guessing that this is some kind of relationship, like a hairdressing thing, where you can rent a chair in the denture clinic to make dentures? I don't know. Told the RCMP in her statement April 23rd, 2020, that approximately 3 years before the mass casualty, she saw a photograph of Lisa Banfield in an RCMP uniform. She said Ms. Banfield was wearing brown pants, a red shirt, and a belt around her waist, and the hat and boots. I'm just trying to picture that. Brown pants and a red shirt, but that's an RCMP uniform. Going to have to see, of course, Olu Brown's statement. Yes, that's perhaps what we should just put in the banner. Of course, unless you want plausible deniability. In case something else came out, with their ever evolving, learning new evidence 2 years later. And tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions. Not 13. Lots more. Ms. Brown said she thought that the uniform looked too big on Ms. Banfield, and she believed that the uniform could have fit the perpetrator. I'm thinking there's a slight little big on Ms. Banfield, but it could have fit. Yeah, I don't think they're that close in size and stature. She said that Ms. Banfield told her the perpetrator got the uniform from his brother. Oh, here's that weird family tree thing going down again. And you think she may know, being that she worked there for 8 years. Maybe I may have said something about that way at the beginning. His and her cars. Oh, that's why I've got the wrong statement, but I'm going to do that one too. Olu Brown was also interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission. So I guess this one we get the RCMP one, and we also get the mass casualty. That's nice. Only sometimes. September 24th, 2021, she reiterated that Lisa Banfield showed her a photograph of herself in an RCMP uniform standing by a fireplace. Ms. Brown said Ms. Banfield was wearing, quote, the red jacket with the boots and the hat. Okay. And standing at attention. Now, it's not a shirt, it's a jacket. Now that's sounding a little bit more RCMP-ish. Ms. Brown said she thought she saw the photograph in 2017 or 18. MCC interview at Olu. You who attended the denture clinic with his wife, D, approximately 3 months before the mass casualty, told the RCMP in an interview on April 19th that the perpetrator said he had a Mountie uniform. You said he was not sure whether the perpetrator said where he got the uniform online. I'm having a feeling there may have been kind of a leading question into that. Like, Do you think he got it online? Don't know. No names again. Telling all these people. Nobody seems to know anything about it, though. In her statement to the RCMP 19th, 2020, April 19th, TT also recalled the conversation at the evidentiary clinic in which the perpetrator talked about the police car and said, did not find it strange as some people collect older police vehicles because they go really fast and stuff. Interview dates here are interesting to note. I guess they knew the patient list right away and decided to go and talk to them rather than securing a crime scene with cuffs. Not sure how they know these people right away. Sarcasm, heavy. Why? Two metal fragments, which is blocked. Good point. In her interview, April 27th, 2020, a denturist who knew the perpetrator told the RCMP that at one time the perpetrator told him that he had a red serge uniform. He said that the perpetrator told him it was for a movie that he was making at the Portapic residence. The witness said he never saw the uniform. The perpetrator never told him where he got it. I'd like to see how these conversations go. Hey, do you know I've got a uniform? How did that come up in a conversation? I'm making a movie? Right. Statement of Ian Loudon. Okay. Pants with yellow stripe. Blue pants with yellow stripe. The ones photographed at 50 Garland. Crime. That's a great crime scene. The blue pants with yellow stripe recovered at Joseph Weber's vehicle by the RCMP, but not photographed, that we know of, contained blood stains that were detected by the RCMP using infrared examination. I guess they couldn't use it that evening. Oh, no. Well, they did in the morning from the drone. The only DNA identified, though they didn't find Lisa. They could see animals. Strange but true. Infrared doesn't detect Lisa running around down there, but does detect deer. Okay. Must have been because she was so cold. Those are blue puffy. Only DNA identified through forensic analysis on the pants belonged to the perpetrator after all of his sex games and diapers or whatever they're trying to sex cells. Snow. Who cares about diapers? Does it have anything to do with what happened on April 19, 1890? No, zero. Frankly, don't care. You want to wear diapers? You want to wear a bandana? You want to stand on your head and call yourself purple? Do it. I care about what happened. In a statement to the media, April 28, 2020, Superintendent Darren Campbell of the RCMP stated, quote, we now know that on April 18 and 19th, the perpetrator wore pants. What did he call it then? Because it wasn't perpetrator. They've just inserted that. Wore pants of an authentic RCMP uniform, including shirt and pants with a yellow stripe. Well, clearly, they didn't know that. Because he didn't wear the pants with the yellow stripe. Did he? Must be like his descriptors. His geography is worse than mine, and he lives there. Went back watching those old. Oh, wow. They're very interesting. However, the commission has not uncovered evidence to suggest that the perpetrator wore these pants during the mass casualty. Buddy getting chased all over Hell's Half Acre, taking pants, spare pants. Logic beyond flawed. Brain power not working well. Whoever's coming up with this stuff. High brown boots. The perpetrator is not known to have been wearing high brown boots. That probably would be because they didn't fit. But he decided to take them with him during his mechanical repair shop in the dark at the back of a welding shop. Conflicts anywhere? Which RCMP members uncovered at 123 Ventura Drive. DeBert, during the mass casualty. This is supported by the fact that forensic analysis determined that DNA from several of the victims, including the victims killed prior to the perpetrator's night in DeBert, were on the Timberland boots. When examined by the medical examiner, what is it? Mechanical disruption examiner. Sorry, not in a medical dictionary. Not in Gray's. No DNA was found on the high brown boots. Additional information on forensic evidence is collected in the Enfield Big Stop foundational document. Oh, by the way, still no transcript today for the Enfield, still missing. Strange. They have the next day, though. Forensic Science Identification Services Laboratory report, Florence Celestin. So that's April 26th, also one on November 4th, also one on November 12th. Let me go from April to November. Is that after the, let me just see. When did that come into effect exactly? This pesky piece of paper is really going to piss them off. Oh, yes. October 15th. Please stop destroying stuff. And then they do DNA tests. Okay, moving along. High visibility yellow vest. They like the high visibility. Forensic analysis determined the perpetrator's DNA was on the high visibility vest. RCMP members recovered from Gina Goulet's residence. I'd like to see that report. Dated April 26th. RCMP shirt, DNA profile RCMP shirt, recovered by RCMP members from Gina Goulet's residence, only to be photographed at 50 Garland, was of mixed origin and was consistent with originating from two individuals. The major component of DNA belonged to the perpetrator. The minor component contained limited genetic information and no meaningful comparison could be made to any samples. Is this the unidentified male again? Forensic analysis determined CSC jacket. The perpetrator's DNA was on the CSC jacket RCMP recovered from Joseph Weber's Ford Escape. Ford Escape. I guess the jacket didn't belong to Sean? Duty belt. Forensic analysis determined the perpetrator's DNA was on the duty belt the RCMP recovered from the Mazda 3 to be photographed later. Another sample from the duty belt was of mixed origin and was consistent from originating from more than 2 individuals. The major component belonged to the perpetrator. The minor component limited genetic information, no meaningful comparison. 2 more samples. Third and fourth sample from the duty belt yielded results of mixed origin consistent with originating from more than 2 individuals, including at least 1 male, but was insufficient for a meaningful comparison. Oh, were you reading diapers? Did it shed a lot of light? Becca? I just generally try and avoid the snow, but perhaps there's something meaningful in the diaper articles. I know they lose people quickly. Very interesting. Look, shiny. Baton, 89. Forensic analysis. Please share, Becca, though, if there is anything that you learned. I am, and I mean that on all seriousness. I am wanting to acquire any piece of knowledge that you can share. Anybody can share. Forensic analysis determined that the perpetrator's DNA was on the extendable baton attached to the duty belt recovered from Mazda 3. Another sample was taken from the baton of mixed origin, consistent with having originated from 2 individuals. The major component of that sample matched the perpetrator, the minor one. Limited genetic information and no meaningful comparison could be made to any samples. Where was the DNA located on the baton? Witness information about clothing. Perhaps he's beating himself with it. Sorry, McDonald and Forrest rescued the dog, hit the deer. Dorrington transported the dog to the vet. Yeah. In a statement to the RCMP, that was given to a general duty member. Anyway, moving target. Definitely moving target on that one. In a statement to RCMP, April 23rd, witness information about clothing during events. Witness to the events in Shubenacadie, Cloverleaf said the perpetrator was wearing dark colored pants like normal that you would expect a police officer to wear. She did not mention whether the pants had a yellow stripe. This witness also said the perpetrator was wearing the high visibility vest on the top portion of his body. Colleen Nesseth. Pardon my pronunciation if I'm getting her wrong, or name incorrect. Pronunciation is. In her statement, the RCMP, April 24th, 2020, a woman who witnessed some of the events in Shubenacadie said the perpetrator's pants had something reflecting on them, but did not have yellow stripes. Oh, I could make a joke. I'm just going to leave it alone. What? Anything about, did you learn anything from the diaper comment? Is that what because the diaper comments are making diaper articles are making the rounds ferociously, I think. They've captured a lot of attention. More so than, say, I don't know, utterances yesterday. Cancellation and shortening of sessions today. But perhaps the diaper will have some DNA on it. In his statement, April 19th, 2020, a man who witnessed, so that's Adam Griffiths and Sarah Hughes, a man who witnessed some of the events at Shubenacadie Cloverleaf, some of the events, told the RCMP the perpetrator was wearing the high visibility vest at this time. The witness also said the perpetrator was wearing what, quote, looked like an RCMP shirt with shoulder flashes underneath the vest. Gerald Whitman. I think the ones that need diapers now are they've been wearing them for a while. To the fluid and dynamic. In her statement, April 19th, 2020, a woman who witnessed some of the events at Shubenacadie, RCMP told the perpetrator had on a, quote, vest, or, quote, had on a vest, like, so that everybody can see it, with the fluorescent cross and whatnot. Elaine Mosier Whitman, presuming maybe associated with Gerald Whitman. Not seeing Eric Fisher's statement here. Interesting. He saw quite a bit. But it was beige shirt, I believe he said. Clothing changes. 136. This is the Superman stuff. Telephone booth not included. Or possibly. 136 Orchard Beach Drive, Port-a-Pic, perpetrator's warehouse. In her first interview with the RCMP, in her first one, Lisa Banfield stated that when she last saw the perpetrator, he was wearing black jeans, a plaid shirt, burnt orange vest, and a black hat. Okay. In her first interview. But that didn't carry on. A witness who saw the perpetrator in Port-a-Pic April 18th, after the shooting began, told the RCMP during the mass casualty investigation that the perpetrator was wearing jeans, brown sneakers. Oh, I guess he changed his shoes. Boots, sneakers, and a brown jacket, quote, that went down to about his hip, and a black baseball cap. Statement of AD. I believe that's one of the children. Okay. Another witness who saw the perpetrator in Port-a-Pic April 18, 2020, after the shooting began, told the RCMP in a statement April 19th, 2020, that, yeah, let's see, now this is interesting how they're sampling this stuff. Yeah, he was wearing black with a hat. He was wearing like a police disguise in his car, in his police car. So he was like, he had like all of the details. He didn't have like a police badge or anything. I guess that was in the wallet. Maybe Dorrington had it at that time. I don't know. Probably the photo. Or anything. But he had a lot of the details, and then he had the police car. I believe that's another one of the children. So I'm not sure, maybe. Okay. In her statement, April 2020, Kate McDonald told the RCMP she believed the perpetrator was wearing dark clothing when he shot Andrew McDonald on Orchard Beach Drive. Yeah, be very difficult. Again, back to the children also potentially to see the color of clothes. 123 Ventura Drive. RCMP recovered a pair of high browns on a feeling after a walk a week later on top of some grass from 123 Ventura Drive in DeBert. The boots had Wortman written inside and had no laces or spurs, but I thought I saw some laces on the side. These boots do not match the description given to match the description of those given to the perpetrator by his uncle, to those given to the perpetrator by his uncle, Chris Wortman. But it doesn't, because the name is written in it. There is no evidence to suggest the perpetrator wore these boots at any time during the mass casualty, but he threw them out while doing mechanical work in the dark. The RCMP recovered these, that's from email Sergeant L. Seeley update uniform. The RCMP recovered Sam Brown belt with shoulder strap, handcuff pouch, magazine, pistol holster, and a radar speed measuring device from 123 Ventura Drive, DeBert. Oh, there's missing items here, I think, also. In more email from Seeley, Sergeant Seeley, an individual who was at the football field, DeBert. Oh, right. These statements I read aloud. Yeah. Those didn't work at all, the two side by side. So I take this certainly with a grain of salt. An individual who was at the football field in DeBert on the evening, April 18th, and into the early morning hours, depending on who you talk to, said he saw the police car drive by, and the person driving the car looked to be a man wearing an RCMP uniform from afar in the dark. Yeah, around 12:30, April 19th, where the other child said no. Okay. Statement of AG. Additional information on timing of perpetrator stop in DeBert is contained in the flawed document. Millbrook, trading post, Milford. Below is a series of photographs of the perpetrator changing clothes in Millbrook trading post. They were captured over the course of approximately 1 minute, morning of April 19th, 2020, based on surveillance images from around the same time that the video canvas report. The perpetrator stopped at Millbrook Trading Post approximately 10:25. Well, I guess they don't want to get into the flawed timestamps once again. Additional information, surveillance report, Millbrook Trading Post, task 60, the video timeline. Well, that'll be good. That'll be great. Oh, wow. Yeah, this one I want to see. I want to see this one. This one's going to work out well. There are two articles. Sorry, something about diapers. I think you're catching us up to speed, Becca. Thank you. Distraction from the other areas that they are skipping over. Yes, yes. Very much a distraction technique. Diapers are mesmerizing, I think. How did the time to commit all these crimes and constantly change wardrobe? Well, it's the Superman. Did Chronicle Horde clean up their original article from yesterday? See, I'm sorry, I didn't partake in them. Two articles show Chronicle Herald. I don't know if they were cleaned up. Children would not describe a jacket by where it falls. Children would not describe a jacket by where it falls on a person's waist. Okay. Just reading your statements. Someone told me that they had deleted the original articles. I didn't read it until last night. I am finding it hard to reconcile Gabriel Wortman, who was supposed to be so upset with Lisa Banfield leaving him, but she was upset because she said, don't do it. This version that is obsessed with having sex games was so sex sells. Becca, I just wanted Lisa mainly to himself, other women to himself. I copied comments from the Chronicle Horde story before it came out so that if they changed it, too bad. I copy pasted first one in Discord. Thank you. Again, using archives, very good. If you can, use archives.org or archives.is. File away all things. Excellent. But thank you for TikTok, for being on top of things. I don't know, something diapers or pablums or something. 9/11 log similar. One cop says Gabriel Wortman was screaming about Lisa Banfield when he attacked. I don't think we really understand the relationship between. No, I'd say not. I don't think we understand very much about relationships with anybody. But don't worry, you can read those statements, and there's something about porn in the other room. Becca, what did he scream? Oh, definitely having attention, diverting our attention, and probably offering it up something that they shield us from. Yes, shields up. They're hiding freaky sex life and his, as if all they're hiding. yeah, that's all they're hiding is. Oh. Sure, it has everything to do with everything. In the photo below, so okay, we got the awesome timeline. Want to see this one? Surveillance video from Millbrook, surveillance from Millbrook fisheries. Oh, that'll be good. Those Facebook posts are really good about the altering time over there. Almost like Wheeling Psychological Services. In the photo below, the perpetrator is wearing long-sleeved black shirt or jacket that appears to have a crest or patch on the shoulder. Wow, that's definitive. He is also wearing black pants, dark-colored shoes or boots, a yellow high-vis vest, and a black hat, which then disappears. Hats on, hats off. In the photo below, the perpetrator appears to be removing long-sleeve black shirt and jacket and has removed high-vis vest. He is wearing a light gray or beige long-sleeve shirt with a crest or patch on the shoulder, same pants, dark brown boots, shoes or boots, and black baseball cap, as in photographed in paragraph 102. Great. Yeah, it's super definitive. Yeah, okay. So we'll just move past because I like how they zoom it in and everything, you know, with all their fancy tech skills to clean it up, you know, like here, you know, because they could just enhance. What was I was looking at the very beginning of all this enhancement of photographs? Holy shit, man! The technology, I'll tell you, is outrageous that they have. Like seriously, you can take picture of a license plate from almost the side, and they're able to read it with the reflection on it. Like it's crazy. You can enhance photographs so much. No, they want to show all this other stuff here. And yeah. Okay. In the final photograph taken from the surveillance footage at Millbrook Trading Post above, perpetrator is donning yellow vest. Okay. Beige or gray shirt. Okay. Indefinitive boots, shoes. Okay. Moving along. Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. Some witnesses to the events Shubenacadie Cloverleaf, events April 19, 2020, the scene Heidi Stevenson, Joseph Weber homicides. Yay! Oh, they used a word. A normal word. A sad word. Reported the perpetrator wearing pants with something reflective on them or potentially with a yellow stripe. Or potentially. However, the photograph below, taken by a witness at the scene, shows that he is wearing the gray beige RCMP shirt with flashes and yellow reflective vest. The black pants he is wearing in the photograph do not appear to have a yellow stripe, and they match the description of the pants he was wearing at the time of his death. So much of this is rinse repeat, right? Of stuff that we all saw so early on. No stripe. Black push bar. Did you know there was a black push bar? How many stripes? Okay. That clock seems to be off. Blank Highway 224, Gina Goulet's residence. I guess we skipped by the Fishers. No longer irrelevant. Their video. It was pretty fantastic as it was. RCMP uniform shirt. April 19, 2020, RCMP members recovered long sleeve shirt that was intact and stamped with RCMP on the inside of the collar, which they couldn't read. Highway 224 residence, according to RCMP, issue date appears to be 19 blank 0. Or, you know, oh, okay. They couldn't decipher that. And, okay, but maybe they need reading glasses more than I do. The RCMP shirt appears to have shirt perpetrator wearing in the photograph taken Shubenacadie, see paragraph 106, and images taken from surveillance photo at Millbrook Trading Post, though he seems to have lost a bunch of weight. Maybe some hair. Was it what color was the hair? What color was the hair? Brown hair before? Peterson's statement? Brown hair? Does he have the hat? No hat? I don't know. Keeps going on and off. No hat there with Peterson. $52 watching, 55 likes. Well, that's just, which I'm obviously appreciative of greatly. Shares are even better. But that just means people are tuning in and out. Battery dying. We'll have to watch later. All right. Bye. Caper, gal, hope you have a great day. Would love to read everything, but I've been super busy. Of course. It's what they like to do. Drowned likes still going up. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. That's very nice. Everybody. Gabriel Wortman, Joey Weber with long gun in hands with white tape. Where is that gun at? I don't think I know about the white tape. I'll have to look closer. Thank you, Tony. He states a statement given a white hat with hair. Oh, yeah. That's an awesome. Of course, because he's carrying around like costumes now. He's going to dress up like Superman too in his booth. Maybe it's just simpler if it's not the same person. Furthermore, the photographs and timelines suggest the shirt the perpetrator was wearing in the photographs and the shirt found at Gina Goulet's residence are the same, but it was on a floor. In Halifax, Dartmouth area. Okay. High visibility vest, brown paper bags. On April 19th, 2020, no crime scene photos. RCMP members recovered high visibility vests at Gina Goulet's residence. That they had a photo of. They could do it there. Perpetrator's DNA was located on the vest. Okay, so he owned a vest. The vest appears to be one of the perpetrators wearing. And then we got the reports, forensic science report from the April 26th. So that's prior to the destruction stuff. And Corporal J. Anthony from the forensic identification occurrence report. Vest appears to be one of the perpetrators wearing photograph. Shubenacadie Cloverleaf appears to be. And in images, not the orange one over at the fire hall, orange and yellow. And in images from the surveillance footage in the Millbrook Trading Post, furthermore, photographs of timelines events suggest that the perpetrator was wearing in the photographs at the vest in Gina Goulet's residence are the same. Well, that might be a bit of a stretch. Could you take any vest and put it on the ground that's yellow? I think maybe. I think I have a vest. I could put that on the floor. Is it the same vest? No. Other clothing, April 19th. RCMP members also recovered a cold weather vest, Gina Goulet's residence. DNA from this sample was insufficient for testing. What exactly is a cold weather vest? Was there a photograph of that? Perhaps these photographs, by the way, are all in these reports. I don't know. What is a cold weather vest? Where's his plaid shirt at? No, he's the Flash. He only had 2 long guns, which were black. I don't understand the white tape. I don't know anything about the white tape. Could anybody help me? Because What is a cold weather vest? What is that? Seems to be a new item. April 20th. Joseph Weathers, Ford Escape. RCMP members recovered Joseph Weber's gray Ford Escape. Oh, okay. They've got it figured out now. Who is it that said red Escort? I think I remember hearing somebody saying red Escort. Anyway, gray Ford Escape from, it's too bad if that's on tape. Highway 224, Shubenacadie, residence of Gina Goulet. The perpetrator drove this vehicle to Ms. Goulet's residence after setting fire to decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser Shubenacadie Cloverleaf. And you can get the information from the foundational document, which, right. Okay. April 20th, 2020, members recovered correctional service jacket on the passenger seat of the Ford Escape. One and only one DNA sample was sufficient for identification and belonged to the perpetrator. Oh, so were there others now? It's not the maroon vest on the ground, which was supposedly corrections. Okay. April 20th, RCMP recovered, but at least they could not take the picture, right? In the Ford Escape. RCMP members recovered RCMP uniform pants, blue and yellow stripe from the Ford Escape because he had to take the extra pants with him while he was fleeing every which way from Sunday. That didn't fit. Very good to have, make sure you have those pants that don't fit. It's very important. Very important. They didn't fit. Would you take pants that didn't fit? Would you take a spare pair of pants? Logic flawed. Moving along, and only did one DNA. I guess the diaper games weren't working out. April 21st, 2020. Maybe somebody can help the horde with understanding how sex works. I don't know. Sex, fluids, pants. We're all adults. I'll just leave it there. April 21st, 2020, RCMP members recovered duty belt and took back to the office to photograph on the floor. Enfield Big Stop, where everybody was hanging out before. And possibly workmen waiting on the side of the road or some Mazda. To follow Hughley. Okay, the perpetrator stole the Mazda 3 from Gina's. Okay, need gas. Okay. Surveillance footage from Petro Elmsdale shows perpetrator wearing white or light colored t-shirt, 11/14, April 19, 2020. This is still image taken from the photograph, which was taken after the perpetrator left Gina Goulet's residence, after Shubenacadie, after he was shot in the head, winged in the head, bloodied. The vehicle in the picture is the stolen Mazda 3. Oh. Not that they have the technology to clean that photo up at all. No, that doesn't exist. I'll have to forward them what programs, because there's a lot. But anyway, no blood on the shirt. Oops. Okay. Moving along. What the perpetrator was wearing at the time of his death. The time of his death at Bixfield, the perpetrator was wearing brown Timberland boots, a black belt, a white or light colored t-shirt, and black jeans. You can't figure out what kind of shirt even he's wearing when he's dead. No crime scene photos there. Maybe they're colorblind. One DNA sample on the jeans belonged to the perpetrator, another belonged to Jamie Blair. Third sample to unknown male individual. Okay. We've got McLeod. Didn't one of them say something about blood on t-shirts? Well, that's the point. I believe one of the people down at the big stop, whether it was McLeod or Hughley, said that there was blood, and that was what attracted their attention. So I guess maybe you're right. You're right, Strawberry. I suppose he could have gotten blood on the shirt, then changed it for the Petro, and then changed it back to go down the street to the Enfield big stop. It's not poor policing. It's not poor policing. No. Anybody who believes that it's poor policing or that this is mistakes really isn't getting it. Really isn't getting it. No offense. But there's just been zero, and I seriously mean that, zero offense. These aren't mistakes. Mistakes happen once or twice. The sheer volume. No. Occam's razor. Forensic analysis determined DNA of the perpetrator on several victims. Some class statements are in here. Should we get Hughley's statements? I think there was something about blood. Wasn't there blood on the shirt? Please help me. Forensic analysis determined DNA perpetrator and several victims was on the boots, but not on the pants, save Jamie. Not specified. Vehicles, though I think I'm aware, I could swear there was 2 different reports with one change to one of them. Anyway, at the time of the last casualty, the perpetrator had 4 decommissioned police cruisers, 3 2013 and 2017. 3 of the 4 vehicles were registered Berkshire Broman Corporation, owned by the perpetrator and Lisa Banfield. They kind of left that part out because she owned part of everything, according to her own statements. Kind of a major point. All 4 vehicles were purchased by the perpetrator from GT Surplus. Ownership events. Okay. Annual return. 2013. Who all was registered? Oh, Clayfield. Right. Anyway, 2013 Ford Taurus. Here we go with the VINs. March 17th, 2019, vehicle owned by RCMP Berkshire Broman Corporation. So that's at least Lisa and Gabe. Nova Scotia license plate GJX365. Okay, so that's the one that's at the parking lot. Oh, sorry, in the driveway, which then moves to the parking lot. And a white car replaces it. And it gets snow on it. And it gets pulled over by Dorrington. And there's the slight discrepancy between Colford and his statement. Anyway, The perpetrator confirmation of the payment to GCS surplus vehicle was transferred March 22nd. I better make sure. I don't want to be wrong about that. Give me 1 moment. I don't like being wrong. I'm chasing down rabbit holes about something about Sharpies. Huh? Oh. No, you're right. There's interesting stuff about the cars. No, I am incorrect. I apologize. It's not the one at the Taurus at the driveway / parking lot is not that car, I don't believe. Okay, anyway. Vehicle was transferred March 22nd, 2019. From Vardy's brother-in-law. 2017 Taurus. One that's kind of new. Right. That statement's the good one. On June 27th, 2019, owned by RCMP, sold to perpetrator $10,990.55. Vehicle was transferred with no license plate attached July 3rd, 2019. Vehicle was registered Berkshire Bowman. I'm having a feeling that cars are going out the back door marked to certain people. May have affiliations to other things. Just an opinion. Vehicle involved with front-end collision, possession, RCMP, repair estimate, perpetrator provided the perpetrator indicates the number was assigned was 26B11, but apparently it didn't have numbers on it for years. Just using what was said yesterday. This was the vehicle the perpetrator turned into decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Here we go. And later numbered 28B11. Perpetrator drove this vehicle during the mass casualty and then set it on fire. It's later recovered by RCMP. One moment, please. Moving along. Sorry. Repair receipt for Ford Taurus provided by Ford. Good. This was the vehicle perpetrator turned into the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, which the perpetrator later renumbered. Perpetrator drove this vehicle during the mass casualty event, set it on fire, subsequently recovered by the RCMP Vehicle Examination Report, Insurance Bureau of Canada. Not sure why they had to redact all this stuff for a burned vehicle. Additional information on the use of decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser during the events contained at confirmation decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, which was what I intended to read, but anyway. Shubenacadie Foundational. Photograph 2013 Ford Taurus. Captured at blank. Right. Here's nice and crispy. Crispy photo. Looks crispier than I've seen. That's because it's not the press one. This is officially a crime one, I would think. Can tell it's later in the day, in the evening. July 26, 2019, vehicle owned by the RCMP, sold to Berkshire Broman, Lisa and Gabe. The vehicle was transferred to Berkshire Broman from RCMP October 2nd, 2019. So it should never appear before then, right? Sorry. Interesting. Okay. GMK 905. Vehicle located at Portland Street, Dartmouth. Execution search warrant. Thin blue line sticker. Okay. Important award notification, GCS surplus. Ownership event details. Search warrant. David McGrath's statement. Colchester Radio. VIN 2013. Sold September 3rd, 2019. No license plate. Perpetrator failed to register this vehicle after it was purchased. Ford Taurus purchased by insertion. So that would be the email address, which they don't know who used it. An important award, GCS surplus, payment notification receipt. Other receipts. In his statement, RCMP, an employee GCS surplus advised that he believed the perpetrator's most recent purchase, February 8th, 2017, was something between $800 and $850. It could have been an older police car like a Crown Vic, because it would have been at the price point of one of those vehicles. Oh, okay. According to statement RCMP, May 6, 2020, that was Darren Godboe. And the account records of the perpetrator do not support this note. Oh, don't support the witness's recollection. That's interesting. COM 04443. May 6, 2020, witness said he was selling Ford Taurus 2018. Perpetrator attended to discuss purchasing the vehicle. The witness said the perpetrator told him the vehicle was retired. He told him he was a retired RCMP officer and wanted to buy the car, scare people away from breaking into cottages. Ultimately, the perpetrator said the price was too high and did not purchase the vehicle, as he was wearing a suit. Okay. Bernard Kane. Witness information about the vehicles. Lisa Banfield. I thought this was about the paraphernalia. Now we're into the cars. Lisa Banfield, in her first statement to RCMP, April 19th, beginning at 6:58, Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator had a car that was, quote, identical to a police car. But you knew that. At 10. Said the vehicle had lights on it, looked identical to RCMP car. Ms. Banfield said the perpetrator had it as decoration, purchased it at an auction. Ms. Banfield also said the vehicle had all the stickers and the perpetrator put everything brand new on the vehicle. She said that the vehicle had the CB thing, in quote, unquote, CB thing, a speaker, siren, and lights on top of it. Ms. Banfield said that the perpetrator had 3 or 4 police cars, but only one looked identical to our real RCMP car. Only one looked identical, and the others were just white Taurus vehicles. Where's the blue ones? She told the RCMP, and possibly now a maroon one, she told the RCMP that the vehicle was a Taurus Interceptor and said when you look at a brand new police car, perpetrator had put everything brand new on the vehicle, including the divider. Silent patrolman said the perpetrator did not drive an RC replica, did not drive the cruiser around as it was not registered or licensed. Important to note that, again, they've gone into the vehicles right away in the police paraphernalia document when the vehicles. Anyway, the Scion is missing, the Ford is missing, the Scion, and the Pointer car Mercedes is missing. I don't know what's going on with that. Other vehicles is not in there. Those cars are not in there. Missing? Max selling cars to Gabriel Wortman off the bat. I have an opinion. It's very much an opinion. I think it's a way to transfer vehicles to somebody important. Leon mentioned Crown Vic 10 days before that cage does not look brand new. Okay. Hello. Mm-hmm. Seems to pay a lot compared to other purchases of vehicle previous collisions. Somebody does a gas and go, the photos are crystal clear on the news, not blurry as fuck. I don't know any tech stuff, so but I did research cleaning up photos, and it was quite interesting, the technology that the police have. In her second statement, very clear. Second statement to RCMP, April 20th, 2020, beginning at 1:02, Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator's vehicle was, quote, nice to have for a party, like we would have the lights on inside. She said she told the perpetrator he needed to call the police and see if he was allowed to have the vehicle, and said as long as the vehicle was not licensed and registered, he was just collecting it for people that he hates. Ms. Banfield said the perpetrator said he intended to call and ask. He intended to. Didn't go and visit. But said that the vehicle was not licensed and registered. It was not like he could drive it. She said the perpetrator joked about being prepared and, quote, if something ever happened, we would get out of town really quick. They would be in, quote, the safest vehicle. She said that when the perpetrator got the CB and accessories, she asked why he needed it, and said that if things got really bad, then they wanted to get out of town, they would hear about the bad situation and then go in a different direction. Ms. Banfield said she thought nothing would come of the perpetrator having the vehicle, only that it's against the law. Guess you're listening to truckers about bad things happening. Just truckers with the CB. What did she say it was? CB thing. Quote, the CB thing, end quote. Okay. During her interview, RCMP April 2020, Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator purchased 4 decommissioned police vehicles at auctions on the generic account. She said, and who's paying? Quote, the stripes and stuff on the back were on the car when he got it. Max's thing, I don't know. And that he got the rest of the stickers by ordering them online from, quote, some from the government thing. They just gave it to him. They just gave him the stickers, the government. She said he ordered the lights and the backup lights, the glass, the windows, the divider, and the vehicle looked brand new. And the vehicle looked brand new. Looked brand new. She said he used the other vehicles he purchased to replace parts. Ms. Banfield said the perpetrator ordered accessories on eBay and stuff, end quote, and put it on himself, on himself. Didn't she say she worked on cars too? Okay. All right. In third statement to Vardy, again, April 28th, 2020 at 12:16. Not sure why they're specifying the time now. It's not before, but anyway, Lisa Banfield clarified that the perpetrator, maybe it gives you some credibility, that the perpetrator had 4 decommissioned vehicles, one that he turned into a decommissioned RCMP cruiser. Sorry, that's drinking time. One that he did not have the front end, was not roadworthy, and was mostly used for parts. One that she drove, or check out in the morning, and one that he normally drove. She said the perpetrator was, quote, obsessed with getting vehicles and said that they were good, safe vehicles. She said the perpetrator purchased the vehicles at Crown Assets and bought them at different times. Ms. Banfield said to her knowledge, the perpetrator never drove the decommissioned RCMP cruiser around and only drove it out of the warehouse to wash it. Okay. March 27, 2019, email to Lisa Banfield. The perpetrator wrote, March 27, 2019, I just love my new car work. Sick going well. Going to the garage now to check it over. March 27th, 2019. Got it plated in Truro in the corporation name. Tight and fast. Scares the shit out of people when I race up to them. I can smell them shitting themselves. So I am going to stop. Laugh out loud. I had it inspected until the end of November and oil is good for another 2,000 kilometers. Love you. So excited. Fun to drive. Feels good. Brakes good. Shift good. Aircon work and the heater. I believe that the car from Tarmouth, so I'm going to get maintenance history when I return Tarmouth. I guess that's Dartmouth. Which car is he referring to? March 2019. Emails between Perpetrator and Lisa Banfield. These are quite interesting given the amount. Page 356. Note, given the timing of this email, it is likely that the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield were referring to the 2013 Taurus with the specified VIN, as perpetrator had not yet purchased either four Tauruses. Why would people be shitting themselves because you're driving a white car? Sure, it could be a ghost car, but honestly, are you going to be shitting yourself if a car comes racing up behind you and it's just a white Taurus? Lisa Banfield responded to this email on the same day, writing, "Oh, awesome. I'm so happy for you." Heart thingy. By the way, you looked like a cop in it. You will have to dress the part, and I will take a pic and send it to Kevin. You know, the guy, I think, who's only met him, what, once, twice? So the car MCC picture must be a different one because the inside does not look brand new. Is that the one that they showed the other day? Pretty sure they said it was registered. Hey, Chuck. Occam's razor. Occam's razor. Read one of the docs that said Taurus. Read one of the docs and said the Taurus and the Mercedes were returned to owner. Definitely the Mercedes was. I can't remember about the. Yep. From the company with service. Yes. Why send it to somebody who you'd hardly talk to? Or only have met a couple of times. How many emails, I wonder, did they exchange? How many do you think? That person that you only met a couple of times. Just shared passion for motorcycles. Emails between perpetrator and Lisa Banfield, page 356. Note, given the timing of the email, talking about the 2013 specified VIN. Again, it's just likely. There's assumptions. March 30th, 2019, perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield and said he, quote, got sticker off and paint touch-ups, managed to get the dent out of the rear door to an acceptable level. Page 361 emails. Email exchange between perpetrator May 8th, 2019 and Lisa Banfield. He wrote that she needed, quote, the uniform for the RCMP car. And I told you, would be driving one someday. I'm having memories, flashbacks of videos from before, from at the beginning. Let's see. March 16th, 2019, email to Lisa Banfield. Perpetrator wrote that he, quote, got one door panel and rear window tonight to make special brackets. Car looks cool. You're lucky I let you drive it. Okay, page 411. Perpetrator wrote an email to Lisa Banfield May 17, 2019. How's the RCMP car working? You looked sexy in it. made the car look better. Page 414. Likely referring to the 2013. In a series of emails, Perpetrator and Lisa Banfield, June 29, 2019, July 3rd, 2019, Perpetrator refers to himself as the sheriff, and Banfield refers to herself as your deputy. Please don't go into the diaper mode. The perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield July 3rd, 2019, and advised her that he registered the last RCMP car at the motor vehicle office. The perpetrator, that's page 3 and 434, 5 before. Perpetrator emailed July 22nd, 2019, and stated, going to make the new car into the cop car. Page 462. The perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield July 25th, 2019, stated, so happy with the decals. Page 465. Perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield July 26, 2019, and stated, if you, so I'm not sure what's misspelled, if you will need a police escort to bingo, call me. Page 472. Yeah, so I think it was thousands of emails between Mr. Bargain. But anyway, the perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield July 30th, 2019, and informed her that, quote, the window is cut and installed. The car looks new. Page 481. The perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield August 24th, 2019, and stated that he, quote, put the front bumper ram onto the police car yesterday. I guess that was the one Max helped him get. The perpetrator, page 508. A lot of messages. Perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield September 1st, 2019, and stated, quote, got the cage in and windows moved up to the real cop car. The language is kind of interesting. Real cop car infers that you have a fake cop car, but then you have a real cop car. That's my read. Lisa Banfield sent the perpetrator a photograph of a motorcycle via email, December 31st, 2019. In the background is a decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Is the decommissioned replica. Okay. With the antenna. So I guess the antenna went on after the pictures of the ones they showed yesterday. Family. Janice Banfield, Lisa Banfield's sister, was interviewed by Halifax Regional Police April 20th, 2020. She stated the perpetrator always went on auction sites and would buy different things, including police cars. She said the perpetrator thought the cars were sturdy, and she said he was going to fix them up. Ms. Banfield said the perpetrator decked out one of the vehicles and she would tell the perpetrator she was pretty sure it was illegal, but the perpetrator said that he had checked with the Crown prosecutor or someone to see if he could use the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser in a parade or as a memorial to the people he hated. Strange. Here's the drinking game. Yeah, the decommissioned. More than one. Oh, there's more than one. But it was in that article right at the beginning. Is it decommissioned or is it replica? Can't be a decommissioned replica. That's an interesting point. The languaging is a bit strange, isn't it? Email, very unusual communication. Does not sound like they spend much time together. More time texting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting relationship. Maureen Banfield, Lisa Banfield's sister, was interviewed. RCMP, April 19th. Maureen. She stated the perpetrator collected police cars and that he purchased one that was in mint condition. Oh. That doesn't look like the smashed up front end, does it? Or maybe it's the one with the sticker in the window. She said that Ms. Banfield said she told the perpetrator that he could not be doing that. And he told her he contacted the prosecutor. That's the lawyer who works for the government. Prosecutor. Crown prosecutor. Oh, Dad. And made sure they knew. She said the perpetrator was thinking of using the vehicle as a memorial for downed officers, the ones he hated, supposedly. According to her sister. Ms. Banfield, good to sink tens of thousands of dollars into these things. Ms. Banfield. Ms. Banfield said the perpetrator started collecting police vehicles over the 2 years prior to the mass casualty. And she thought he got one turned into a replica RCMP cruiser, time for a drink, around the beginning of 2019. Around the beginning of 2019. Beginning. Roberta Banfield, partner of Lisa Banfield's brother Charles, was interviewed by RCMP 2020. She stated that when she and Charles were at the Portapic residence December 2019, the perpetrator said that he had purchased one or two police vehicles, which she believed had come from Texas, and that he planned to do them all up like police cars, RCMP. Charles Banfield, Lisa Banfield's brother, was interviewed by the RCMP April 19th, 2020. He said the perpetrator showed him two replicas RCMP police vehicles. Two. He said he asked the perpetrator what he was doing with something like that. He said the perpetrator was intent on letting himself and Roberta know that the vehicle had all the bells and whistles and was identical to a police vehicle. Mr. Banfield said the perpetrator told him he drove the vehicle throughout the province. Sure. and that nobody bothered him, and that the vehicle was identical from an RCMP vehicle apart from the serial number. Okay. In her statement, I guess Roberta forgot some. In her statement to the RCMP 2019, Brenda Brewster, Lisa Banfield's sister, Brian's being charged, said that she saw a police car in the perpetrator's garage. She said the perpetrator bought numerous police cars, and that on one of them, quote, the perpetrator had all the decals and you'd never know the difference, that it was a real police car, that it wasn't a real police car. She said the perpetrator had the vehicle for at least 6 months prior to the casualty. When I'm reading these, please note, should not somebody be reporting this? And then ask yourself, did they? In his statement to the RCMP, there's going to be a timeline to build with this one. Big time timeline. Big time. In his statement to RCMP July 9th, 2020, Patrick Brewster, Lisa Banfield's nephew, said he knew the perpetrator was buying cop cars on auction sites where, quote, you can buy like government property off of, end quote. He said that he knew the vehicle was decorated like a cop car a year before it happened. Well, that puts it back in spring. He said the perpetrator was constantly buying cars and that he bought one vehicle that was decaled and that 2 of the vehicles were, quote, ghost cars, one that Ms. Banfield drove. He said one of the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser had, quote, the gauge and everything for the divider, like the whole computer system, but not like it was just mounted for like, so it just left it as is. So it had the console in it. He said that there was not a laptop in the vehicle. Mr. Brewster said the unmarked vehicle Ms. Banfield drove had the divider in it. Mr. Brewster also says he never saw the decaled vehicle, but saw photographs of it. Statement, Patrick Brewster. In her statement to the RCMP, April 19th, 2020, Beverly Davidson, Lisa Banfield's sister, said that she knew about the real police car the perpetrator had, quote unquote. She said that Ms. Banfield showed her a picture of the vehicle and it had all the bells and whistles. Statement, Beverly Davidson. I'm retired, Chris. Don't have to work. Don't need to. David McGrath. Gives me a little bit of time to look at things. David McGrath, who was partner of Lisa Banfield's sister Maureen at the time of the mass casualty, was interviewed by RCMP April 19th, 2020. He stated that the perpetrator purchased several RCMP vehicles at auction. He said that one of the vehicles was in such good shape that the perpetrator fixed it up, and then for some reason, he bought a decal. He bought a decal. Mr. McGrath believed that the perpetrator would have would have started working on the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, time for drink, in or around November 2019. Timelines. Mr. McGrath said that in December 2019, the perpetrator told him the only thing that's missing from the vehicle was the radar. Mr. McGrath said that as far as he knew, the perpetrator never drove the decommissioned RCMP replica cruiser, instead driving one of the striped vehicles that was, quote, just white. Mr. McGrath said the perpetrator was afraid to drive the fully marked decommissioned RCMP vehicle. Drinking again. Mr. McGrath described that the perpetrator had one vehicle with the blue and silver hazard tape on the back bumper and emblem that he was quite proud of, the Canadian flag, everything charcoal black with thin blue line going through it, which the perpetrator drove regularly. Stephanie Golding, statement David McGrath. Yeah, some people, like MCC takes days off. Some people don't. It's okay. They don't have to work. Stephanie Golding, Lisa Banfield's niece, was interviewed by the RCMP April 19, 2020. She told the RCMP that she saw the police uniform and fully marked decommissioned RCMP cruiser drink. She said that she was aware the perpetrator ordered items for the car online. Unspecified. Who? She said she spoke to Lisa Banfield about whether it was legal for the perpetrator to own and drive the vehicle. Wouldn't you ask somebody else, like, I don't know, maybe the police? Perhaps. If it's that tough to figure out, people probably shouldn't be driving police cars. Or is it maybe not that? In his statement, RCMP 2019, Christopher Golding said the perpetrator was into Crown asset or government auctions. Mr. Golding believed that this is where the perpetrator acquired the Taurus. Mr. Golding also has a video from December 2019 of the perpetrator, quote, showing off the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, time for drink. Golding did not think that the perpetrator drove the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, drink, and that it was a showpiece. Christopher Golding. Statement. Replica RCMP project, was this his real motive? No classic RCMP designs from years gone by in tribute, but instead he built modern twin, most modern cruiser on the road. Very odd for people that you hate. In Portapic, and saw decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, drink, and he said that the perpetrator told him he intended to rent the vehicle to people making films in Nova Scotia. Rod Livieri, I can't ever say that name. I don't know why. Douglas Banfield, Lisa Banfield's brother, told the RCMP in his interview, April 19th, that he was aware of the decommissioned RCMP cruiser, but never saw it outside of the perpetrator's garage. Yeah, maybe Linda can be our official drink person. Every time you see anybody who's feeling like their fingers are quite tactile today or into typing. In his statements, RCMP, April 19th, 2020, they got it hammered home. June 30th, 2020, James Banfield, charged, pled guilty. Lisa Banfield's brother said he saw the decommissioned RCMP replica cruiser, drink, at the warehouse. Mr. Banfield said the perpetrator was fixing up the RCMP vehicle in 2019, including changing the grills, and was taking parts from other vehicles to build decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Mr. Banfield said the perpetrator was fixing the cruiser up and making it look like a police cruiser with the same colors and lights. He said the vehicle was, quote, for show, end quote, and the perpetrator told him he was not allowed to drive it on the road. He said the perpetrator told him that he planned to put a heart on the vehicle and make it a memorial for fallen officers. Mr. Banfield said that the perpetrator had several vehicles that he used for parts. He said, quote, you could swear it was an RCMP car. Mr. Banfield also said, and he, I said, you can't drive that around. I said, you can't drive them. He goes, no, I'm just going to put a heart on it and have the pictures from the RCMP put people that got killed up in New Brunswick. I'm going to have them there and have, take pictures and have it like at a car show. Friends and acquaintances and neighbors. Friends, acquaintances, and neighbors. Ronald Gillis, friend of Aaron Tuck, told the RCMP in his interview May 6th, 2020, that he was visiting Mr. Tuck Mother's Day weekend 2019 when he met the perpetrator. That was in Mother's Day and Max, something about that too. Max yesterday and Mother's Day. During the meeting, he was invited to the perpetrator's warehouse. Inside the warehouse, he saw a full decal package vehicle alongside RCMP uniform and a 9mm handgun. Was that the RCMP issue one that Mr. Ellison referred to by model? The decals had not yet been put on the car. Mr. Gillis also observed a light bar for the car and the silent patrolman, which were also uninstalled. Mr. Gillis said he also saw a belt and holster. Mr. Gillis said he took a photo of the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser in the garage. Gillis said the perpetrator told him he planned to use the vehicle in parades. Remember the time that time a parade had a police car and it wasn't a police? No, neither do I. Well, I think they do something with the really old ones. Statement Ronald Gillis, Mother's Day. Mother's Day seems, I don't know, something about the date. Anyway, in his September statement, RCMP, April 28th, 2020, Robert McCaskill, a friend of Aaron Tuck, said he and Mr. Tuck discussed the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser drink, and he talked to Mr. Tuck about calling Crime Stoppers to report it. Mr. Tuck said he could not report it as the perpetrator had threatened him. Seems to be deviating from the character of Aaron Tuck that I've come to understand quite a bit. But Tara's here, and she can speak to it more than I could. Sorry. Neither Mr. McCaskill nor Mr. Tuck reported the vehicle to authorities. This is the careful one to take note of. All these statements. Robert McCaskill, the perpetrator neighbor, the statement 162, the perpetrator's neighbor told RCMP in interview April 19th, 2020, the perpetrator drove, quote, old cop cars and that he had 2 or 3 of them. The witness interviewed again by the RCMP April 20th, said The perpetrator bought old police cars at an auction that were white. He said one of the vehicles was smashed, and also decals were not on the one that he saw the perpetrator driving about 3 weeks prior to the casualty. Leon Jowry. So Leon never saw anything. In his statement, I guess he didn't see him though. November 11th, beyond Remembrance Day. In his statement to the RCMP April 21st, Adam Fisher, who considered himself an acquaintance of the perpetrator, said he had a conversation with the perpetrator in June 2019 about building the police car, but never saw the vehicle. Somehow I'm remembering something different, but possibly not. April 20 statement of Adam Fisher. April 27, 2020, a man for whom the perpetrator worked in the 1990s told RCMP that he met the perpetrator at some point after he had been contacted by Lisa Banfield to assist with a cremation. I guess she must have had a death in the family. The witness said the perpetrator showed him a picture of the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, and the perpetrator told him that he had spoken to the RCMP. This was something I read very early on, was only in one article, I think, and the rest of them negated to tell that part. And they said that the perpetrator should not drive the vehicle on the highway because it looked too much like a police car. I don't know. That's kind of sure doesn't sound like Aaron. You can speak to Aaron's demeanor as to whether Wortman could threaten him better than I, shall I say. In an email, because I don't know him, only know of him. In an email to an unknown recipient, of course. Don't you know? That makes sense. You can't do an IP search at all. No. So if they don't know the unknown recipient, i.e. it has an email address, how do they know that the purchaser of cars online, you can't have it both ways. Either it's known or unknown. It's unknown. A derp who purchased vehicles. Dated July 27, 2019, the perpetrator said he was working on wiring the light and forwarded photographs of the vehicle he received from Peter Griffin. Email from perpetrator to unknown recipient. Oh, okay. Oh, they know. Oh, they certainly know. Gabriel Wortman tried to pick Aaron on. Aaron wasn't scared of him. Yeah, I don't understand how. Report that to Crime Stoppers. I can't do that. He threatened me. I don't know. It just doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like Aaron. An acquaintance of the perpetrator told the RCMP in an interview January 8th, 2021, that the perpetrator told him one time that he bought a police car just to have it. He said the perpetrator told him that he got the vehicle through some auction or something. The witness did not say when this occurred. Robert Doran? Some of these statements are gold and some of them are just kind of filler. DD, an acquaintance of the perpetrator, told the RCMP April 21st, 2020, that one visiting the perpetrator's warehouse August 2019, she saw the fully marked decommissioned replica cruiser in the warehouse. DD also spoke to the mass casualty investigators April 18, 2021. In that interview, she stated that she attended the perpetrator's residence in the company of II and EE, where II is today. The fully marked decommissioned replica cruiser was sitting in the perpetrator's garage. Oh, that's at his house. And 2 ghost cars were parked outside. She said the perpetrator told her that he had to move the vehicle for a movie he was making about the apocalypse. Sounds like it's in his garage, right? She attended his residence. I don't know. Carol Brace told the RCMP April 30th, 2020, that 6 to 8 weeks prior to the mass casualty, she and her partner, Daniel Brace, attended the perpetrator's Portland Street denture clinic. While Ms. and Mr. Brace were there, Lisa Banfield showed them a picture of a fully decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. These are odd conversation starters. Very odd. Just meet people and, hey. In her statement to the RCMP, April 21st, EE said she was at a party with perpetrator's Portapique residence August 2019. She saw the fully marked decommissioned replica cruiser. But I don't believe it was the residence that was said. Drink. In his statement, RCMP May 4th, 2020, a man who owns cottage in Portapique, statement of EE, sorry. Yeah, that was for the prior one. In the statement to RCMP May 4th, a man who owns cottage in Portapique told RCMP that he was familiar with the perpetrator and saw the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser while the decals were being installed. The witness said the perpetrator told him he intended to make one of the cars a mobile monument for officers who had lost their lives. He said the perpetrator also told him Mountie cars were well taken care of and you can't get a better car. John Hardiman. Justin Zoll told police RCMP in an interview May 1st, 2020, that while in Portapique visiting his parents, he saw a white Taurus like, quote, the police drive in the perpetrator's residence. He said that there were no decals or lights on the vehicle and thought that it might have been have police rims, but otherwise it was just basically white. So it's a white car. I don't understand how a white car suddenly becomes a police car. This just baffles me. But yeah, I know ghost cars, but come on, man. Lots of people have white Tauruses. They've never been police cars. The nephew of Aaron Tuck and Jolene Oliver told the RCMP, so statement of Justin Zoll, sorry for the prior one. Jolene Oliver told RCMP in an interview May 7th, 2020 that, quote, everyone knew the perpetrator had a decommissioned RCMP cruiser. The witness said that it was his understanding that the perpetrator planned to use the vehicle for parades. Statement of Richard Oliver. A witness who lived near the Portapique denture clinic told the commission in an interview October 14th, 2021, that Wednesday or Thursday before the mass casualty, he saw what looked like, quote, what looked like an RCMP cruiser, and quote, parked at the top of the driveway of the denture clinic. The witness said the vehicle, quote, looked like the real thing and had everything on it. Well, that's down in Dartmouth, not in a garage. And I don't know, it's at the top of the driveway. So somehow it's just transporting out of the garage from Washington. Donald Forbes In his statement to the RCMP, April 23rd, 2020, a man with whom the perpetrator purchased materials while renovating his Portapic residence said he went to the perpetrator's house December 2019 and sat in a fully marked decommissioned replica cruiser. Statement of Trevor Wynot. A friend of Lisa McCulley's told the RCMP April 27th, 2020, that around December 28th, 2019, she saw the perpetrator drive onto his Portapic property in a fully marked, decommissioned replica cruiser. Softly mobile. Statement of Melissa Rector. 177. A witness told RCMP April 27, 2020 that he met the perpetrator through an online sale of a motorcycle. Perpetrator sent the witness photographs of a decommissioned RCMP replica cruiser parked in the warehouse via email. March 2020. So you sell a motorcycle and you're showing everybody a police car? Just trying to fly under the radar. Statement of Boris Bud Olenkow. Email from perpetrator to Bud Olenkow. Photographs attached to Bud Olenkow's email. 3. Thought he was just buying a motorbike. I guess he got pictures of cars, cop cars. On March 18th, 178. March 18th, 2020, the perpetrator sent an image of the decommissioned RCMP cruiser to his friend and fellow denturist. Email perpetrator to Lenny Bonner. Photographs attached to Lenny Bonner's email. 1, 2, 3. 179. In a statement to the RCMP to April 28th, 2020, a witness said that he went to the perpetrator's house in Portapic to look at a side-by-side the perpetrator was selling. The witness said while he was at the warehouse, he saw a fully marked, sorry, this balls, I don't know why sometimes it comes up. He saw and sat in fully marked decommissioned replica cruiser. Anybody drunk yet? Who's playing? Don Godet. Section 180. In an email dated June 26th, 2019 to Kevin Von Bargen, an Ontario lawyer who was the perpetrator's friend and fellow motorcycle aficionado. The perpetrator wrote that he was going to continue to plan to dress one of the Ford Taurus motor vehicles as a bona fide RCMP car. The perpetrator wrote to Von Bargen again June 27th, saying that he knew all of the employees at Crown Assets and that he would ask them to prepare another Taurus for auction so I can get a donor car sooner. Email from perpetrator to Kevin Von Bargen, June 26th. Email from perpetrator to Kevin Von Bargen, June 27th. Note, Kevin Von Bargen is an Ontario lawyer, and the public trustee of Nova Scotia has waived any solicitor-client privilege with respect to emails between Kevin Von Bargen and his perpetrator in its capacity as executor of his estate. Interesting. Legal move. Okay. Ooh. Pulled out the privilege. He's an officer of the court. I've been thinking about this one for a while. An officer of the court. can't remember ethics, and I'm sure that it varies from province to province, oaths. But if you're aware of something that potentially is criminal, I believe that you have an obligation to report it. 181, the perpetrator emailed Kevin von Bargen 2 days later, June 29th, 2019, and commented on having a, quote, privately owned, brand new RCMP car. Liberante knew all this and had greater responsibility to speak up. Oh, Kelly, my brother met him driving the police car. I remember he told my mom, and they just thought he was an idiot, never thought anything of it. They knew he was odd. But it is criminal. I don't think people generally drive police cars. I don't know. At least we don't out here. I don't think people drive fully marked police cruisers out here. They're fully equipped and what is it? Bells and whistles. I don't know why. Oh, what's that about? Oh, it seemed to like. Interesting. Okay. I think my computer's maybe having some issues. Oh. Pardon me. Oh. Oh. Okay. Maybe need to take a break. 1 moment. Not normally, people. No, I don't think normally. I haven't really ever come across it. I've tried, and I tried to find anything that even remotely looks like this vehicle. Yeah, I'm having a very difficult time. My appeal is still out there to people. Can you open that email from 181 so we can see the whole thing? Okay, well, if I can get down there. Looks like I'm having some issues. Just trying to think here. My computer is clearly not happy. So maybe what I'll do, as much as I detest it, I will, because I'll lose a lot of information, I will it's okay, I'm committing things to memory, but my memory is fallible. Aren't we all drunk now? Maybe what I'll do is I will restart my computer. So I will be offline. Grab yourself a coffee. I will come back. I will lose a pile of data, and which will not make me happy, but whatever. So grab yourself a coffee. I'm going to restart the computer. I will be back. God bless you, and God bless the 23. Okay. I lost 8. Too bad. 44. Oh no. Oh no. Time to refresh. Oh, and I got 4 back. I don't know. Maybe they're just psychic. Welcome back. Want to start a new stream? I'm just restarting. Yep, sorry. Thank you, oh dear. Very kind. Computer saying something. Okay. Never know this tech stuff very well. All right. Now, let's see here. Where were we at? I think I was highlighting for apologies for technology. Okay. $182. Perpetrator emailed Kevin Von Bargen, July 27, 2019. Attached photographs, decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. In response, Kevin Bargen wrote, "Looks like the RCMP finally caught up to you. Did you bury the Mountie in the back 40? Better start researching the law. Fucking car is brand new." Okay. July 27th. Blurry. Still blurry? Everybody blurry? Hope you grab a coffee. Yeah, don't know about the very blurry. Okay, is this blurry? Am I getting my stream fucked with now? Is the camera? Prefer my ugly mug wasn't there, but everything is clear. Okay. I can stop and redo a new share. Maybe that may help. Let's try that again. Okay. Any better now? Is that better? Looks clear. Okay. A couple people having some blur. Maybe you guys are just drunk from the replica. What is it? Replica RCMP cruiser. You guys got to stop that drinking. July 27, 2019 email. Okay, 183 from Perpetrator and Von Bargen. 183. Perpetrator emailed Von Bargen. Crystal clear now. Okay, good. Good. Everybody good? Sober? I'm sober. It's clear. Okay, good. Sober is good. People having a good time is good too. Whatever floats everybody's boat. Some of us just doesn't work for. 183. The perpetrator emailed Von Bargen August 29th, 2019 and wrote, "Received the prisoner partition and all other shit for the Interceptor. Ordered the RCMP decals for the doors. Good deal. Ordered 4 at $18 US. Each really just need the roof light to get complete. And sick the blue Mountie on the horse that goes on the rear fender. I can strip away. I can strip from any sign wholesale shop and make it myself." You're driving all home? Good. Thank you, Cindy. Hello. Howdy. How are you doing? Okay. So More emails with Von Bargen, August 29th, 2019. On September 7th, 2019, the perpetrator informed Von Bargen via email he just paid $2,607 plus tax for the fourth RCMP car. Email September 7th, 2019 with Von Bargen. Kevin Von Bargen sent 3 pictures of the RCMP vehicles to RCMP vehicles the perpetrator had purchased to Corporal Patricia Davis on April 22nd, 2020. That's a bit after the fact, but again, I don't want to tread too closely on whether that may be violating some oaths or ethics, but not sure. Just would think he definitely would have done something about that, but perhaps not. One he didn't. One Portapique resident told RCMP on April 20th, 2020, that he saw a decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser approximately a month prior to the mass casualty. He said the vehicle was parked in the perpetrator's warehouse. Statement of David Ellison. I believe David Ellison and Glennie witnessed the strangling event. Glenn, of course, stage 4. Another resident of Lisa, 187. Another resident of Portapique told RCMP April 25th, 2020, that her daughter was visiting Thanksgiving 2019 and commented on the fully marked police vehicle. Statement of Fiona Murphy. Just all these names. Fuck off with this nonsense. Okay. 188. Portapique resident told the RCMP in an interview April 25th that he had seen a police vehicle without a license plate parked on the road and thought the perpetrator must have had friends who were with the police. The witness could not recall when this had occurred, but it said it was not in winter. Wasn't in winter. Okay. The strangling witness. Okay. Well, at least my memory is not failing me too terribly. That's Gerald Murphy. 189. A man who responded to an ad by the perpetrator placed in Kijiji for a side-by-side RCMP told the RCMP in his interview May 2nd, 2020, that he and his daughter drove to the perpetrator's address in Portapique March 28th, 2020 to look at an item for sale. The witness recalled seeing several, quote, ghost cars at the perpetrator's residence, although he believed one was maroon and 2 were navy blue. This is 3 weeks prior. Remember the 2 cars? Well, now we've got the navy maroon one as also. Witness said he also saw an F-150 truck that appeared to have a thin blue line decaling on it. The witness said that the perpetrator went to check, quote, the barn for his receipt book, and at that time, the witness saw, quote, his mocked-up cruiser. These people are all speaking after the fact, because certainly, even if an officer had walked in there, as they have repeatedly said in their own statements, they would have just said that that was a police car. So obviously, the mocked-up thing is getting a bit tainted. The witness said he made a comment that the perpetrator must be, quote, semi-retired RCMP, and the perpetrator responded, quote, yeah, something like that. The witness said he did not pay too much attention to the cruiser, as he was more interested in the motorcycles in the garage. That's Angus McClarty. 190, Angel Peterson told the RCMP in her interview May 20th that she saw a decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser during the FaceTime call, April 18th, 2020. Statement of Angel Peterson. 191, another person from Maine who was on the FaceTime call with the perpetrator and Lisa Banfield, April 18th, along with Angel Peterson, which I frankly didn't know there was another person, but I actually haven't gone through those statements, so I don't know very much about them. Angel Peterson and another individual told the RCMP in an interview May 21st, 2020, that either Ms. Banfield or the perpetrator showed the decommissioned replica cruiser on the video call. Statement of Rachel Goodwin. I don't know this person. Again, I guess they were involved with the call also. You have half an hour. Oh boy. You never heard the term before, mocked up. Well, you certainly have now, haven't you, Sandy? Certainly have now. Okay. 192. Dana Geddes, who had a cottage in Portapic, knew the perpetrator, told the RCMP in his statement May 1st, 2020, that he knew the perpetrator had a, quote, police car, end quote, and the perpetrator told him it was, quote, just a fun thing, a toy. He couldn't drive anywhere. But I guess he was driving it. And, quote, Geddes said he thought the perpetrator had the vehicle, quote, trailered up and was not allowed to even drive it, quote, up to his place. Geddes said the perpetrator knew the people at Crown Assets well, and that, quote, if he needed a tire or something, he could go in and see them, and they give it to him real cheap. Statement of Dana Geddes. 193. A witness told the RCMP in his interview, May 6, 2020, the perpetrator had attempted to purchase, quote, a police car from him approximately 28 months prior to the mass casualty, but the perpetrator felt his prices were too high. The witness said that the perpetrator told him he wanted the vehicle because he was a, quote, retired Mountie, end quote. The witness also said it seemed that to him that the perpetrator was having trouble with, quote, the locals breaking into his cottages and stealing him blind. Bernard Kane. That was the interview I played yesterday. He sells cars. 194. Neighbor of the perpetrator told the RCMP in an interview April 19th, 2020, said the perpetrator had a vehicle that looked identical to a police car. The witness said she observed the perpetrator driving the vehicle from the Portapic residence to the warehouse. The witness also said the perpetrator had several white Fords, including one that was smashed up, in addition to the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Is this the one that they're trying to tell us? You know, the smashed up front end? They say it's 2017 smashed up front end. Is that separate? Statement of AB. We're going to run out of letters. 195. A neighbor of the perpetrators told the RCMP during an interview April 19, 2020, that the perpetrator was the only person in the neighborhood who had, quote, kind of like an RCMP car, end quote. Statement of AD. 196. Another neighbor of the perpetrators told the RCMP during an interview April 19, 2020, the perpetrator had a car that was, quote, like an RCMP car, end quote. The witness said the car looked, quote, real, end quote. Statement of AC. 197. Portapique resident, another one, told the RCMP May 7th, 2020, that she knew about the police uniforms and vehicles, but not about the decals. She said she knew the perpetrator had 3 or 4 plain white cars. The witness said, quote, me and everyone else down there thought, just insertion, the perpetrator, being bored and showing off that he can do whatever. And quote, the witness also said she wished someone would have said something about the uniforms and vehicles. Statement of Angela Doucette. Perhaps next time she may. 198. Ralph Hazel, an acquaintance of the perpetrator, told the RCMP in an interview April 23, 2020, that around 3 years prior to the mass casualty, the perpetrator had purchased a police car for Lisa Banfield at an auction. He said the one that she hates driving, Ms. Banfield told her that she didn't like the car and would not drive it. Mr. Hazel said he sat in the car. Mr. Hazel described the car had plexiglass in the back and said that he believed that the back doors in the car did not open from the inside. Mr. Hazel said the outside of the car was white and he could tell that it was a police car because it had markings on the top where the lights used to be. At the time Mr. Hazel saw the vehicle, there were no decals on it. Statement of Ralph Hazel. I'm not sure, Tony. I don't know. I can see that people are taking notes of something that kind of stands out. In 199, in a statement to the RCMP April 22nd, 2020, an acquaintance of the perpetrator said that around August 2018, the perpetrator pulled onto his property with a police car. The witness said the perpetrator told him that he had bought 2 such vehicles at an auction. Statement of Don Johnson. Believe he may live in the area, not just an acquaintance. 200. An acquaintance of the perpetrator who lived in Maine told the RCMP in an interview May 21st, 2020, that he saw a vehicle during the FaceTime conversation with the perpetrator and Lisa Banfield April 18th, 2020. He asked the perpetrator why he was building a police car. The witness said the perpetrator said it was likely a hobby. It was just a hobby. Really? I don't know how much contact Scott Schaefer had with him, but really, it's only till the last day. You just didn't know. Seems like everybody else did. (201) Leonard Bonnard, denturist and perpetrator's friend, said the perpetrator told him he picked up an old cop car and that he apparently was going to drive. Mr. Bonner never saw the vehicle in person and said the perpetrator told him that he had purchased it at an auction. I think Lenny said more than that. Statement Leonard Bonner. I believe his 911 calls, in fact, indicate a lot more. 202. Andrew McDonald. It's not John. Andrew here, I'm not sure what's going down with all that, told the RCMP in his interview April 19th that the perpetrator had a, quote, look-alike Taurus that he called his, quote, police car, and, quote, that he was working on for a long time. Mr. McDonald said this vehicle was, quote, overbadged, quote, but was, quote, always just white, quote, and looked like a, quote, ghost car, quote. He didn't see anything. Workers, 203. In his statement to the RCMP April 21st, Max Libator, manager, GCS Surplus, said he was aware that the perpetrator had bought a number of ex-police cars, Ford Taurus vehicles. He said he saw photos of the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser on the perpetrator's phone. On the perpetrator's phone. Not Lisa's phone, on his phone. As the perpetrator was adding decals, etc. Mr. Libator said he spoke to the perpetrator about how he purchased the decals for the police vehicle. Mr. Libator said the perpetrator told him that he had an RCMP uniform. Not sure what he was asked that question. What training did you have? I don't know that it requires a ton of training. What obligations did he have, I would say, is another good question, to report these kinds of things. He didn't answer as to the training. He skirted into some non-answer and off into a different topic. I guess this must be one of his buddies at GCS Surplus. Maybe he's the guy who's telling him about proceeds of crime sale. He said he didn't, so I'm just going to go with what he said. But anyway, okay. Max Libator was also interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission December 17th, 2021. He said all of the vehicles perpetrator purchased were previously marked vehicles. Mr. Libator said he asked the perpetrator why he was buying all of the vehicles, and one reply the perpetrator gave him, was that he wanted to make one of them into a, quote, cop car because he was going to put the fallen down cops that died in Moncton at the time, and he's going to put it on the hood of the car. Mr. Libator said he thought the perpetrator intended to use the decommissioned RCMP cruiser for parades. Mr. Libator said the perpetrator never asked for tried to buy decals. Mr. Libator said he had discussed the perpetrator's intention to build a replica cruiser with the staff, but did not report it up the chain or to the RCMP. I think yesterday did not go as intended, and I have some very big feelings about more insight, but it's opinions about what's going on. Mr. Libator indicated that there is a checklist regarding the decommissioning of police vehicles, which the commission is seeking by subpoena. Apparently, that seems to be some difficulty in handing over as I continue to read this, obviously you can see a lot of people know. Seems like there's not a lot of people saying anything, which is, don't know what's going on there. Or they are, because I am familiar with one such thing that was said, and basically they were told to mind their own business. The other thing that strikes me, how many resources were devoted to, I shouldn't point, that's rude. How many resources were devoted to proving about this car not being a real car versus investigating the homicides of people? That's why the Mass Casualty Commission is around. The rest is window dressing, sadly. It's devoted to this. Makes you wonder why. I'm smelling sports car and middle-aged man. Overcompensating. Way overcompensating. One might ask why. Max Libertor told the commission that the perpetrator would come in like anyone else to look at a vehicle. He didn't know this person from Adam. Did he? Right. And GCS Surplus would have 4 or 5 cars at the site already that have decals removed. He said that there would also be 5 or 6 that still had decals on them, and people would generally ask to see if they could purchase. Mr. Libertor said that he would advise people that decaled vehicle. He would advise these people that decaled vehicle about which they were inquiring would be ready for purchase when it was ready to, quote, come up. Yesterday, he said that's not so. Okay. Remember what he did? He said that he had his job for 30 years. What did he do in government before this? That would be a good question. And is the person that I showed yesterday, who is in the RCMP, is that his son? Don't know. Could be. Maybe it's nobody. But he would be the right age. In an interview with the RCMP after the mass casualty, a man who went to the perpetrator's Portapic address to provide a quote for a security system said he observed a fully marked RCMP vehicle in the garage and a second Taurus outside that appeared to be used for parts. The witness attended the residence with his son, who was also interviewed by the RCMP after the events, and who said that while at the warehouse, the perpetrator showed them the fully marked decommissioned replica cruiser that was inside the warehouse. Statement of Don Buden, statement of Michael Buden. This is disturbing. Oh, highly disturbing. I actually, the person who's very helpful in the background, they had to go to bed. I was just reading through it, but with them. I'll tell you, though, I'm glad they did, because I was just having enough. I had to put it down, so I haven't even finished it. Sad. This is really sad, man. How many people know about this shit? Some guy just you meet off the street and you're like, oh, hey, I have an RCMP cruiser. Or is there something else going on? 207. In an interview July 14th, a witness who installed a hardwired DVR system in the Portapic residence warehouse told RCMP that in September 2019, he saw a fully marked decommissioned replica cruiser at the warehouse. (208) Statement of Edvard Hassani. 208. In a statement to the RCMP April 23, 2020, a service manager at a Mercedes dealership said that the perpetrator drove Lisa Banfield to the dealership April 2019 in a fully marked police car. April 2019. All done. Point your car. The witness said he spoke to the perpetrator about the vehicle and observed it up close. The witness said the vehicle looked like a fully decaled RCMP car, including the roof lights, but said the inside of the car did not appear to have been, quote, done up like a police car with computers or anything like that. The witness said that the outside of the vehicle looked very much like a real cruiser, as it had the decals, reflective stuff on the back, roof light bar, quote, the whole deal, end quote. The witness, also interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission August 11th, 2021. At that time, the witness recalled that he saw an aluminum console in the vehicle. That's the mobile workstation, less the computer. And he would have seen the vehicle around January 29th to 31st, 2020, not April 2019. So you're getting confused between a year prior and a few months prior, but a year later you can get that figured out. A year and a half. No. Yeah. Convenient. The witness also told the commission that he asked the perpetrator how he could drive something like that around, and the perpetrator responded that it, quote, was just a hobby, and it was known that he was doing so. Oh. Is that the Crown prosecutor known? Is that the RCMP known? What kind of known are we talking about? GCS surplus out the back door known? The witness was asked why he did not call police. He replied the perpetrator told him they were aware of it. So he thought, end of story. I would still think that would be your obligation. Your obligation. Anybody, period. What's the worst thing that could happen? Oh, yeah, no, they know about it. They call, if they know about it, then they're going to just tell you, fine, we know about it. I think they did. Statement of Bruce Gilmore. 209, an acquaintance of the perpetrator who had helped him with odd jobs over the years, told the RCMP, April 21st, that he saw a decommissioned RCMP cruiser while it was being decaled, but not a fully complete car. The witness believed that Peter Griffin created and applied the decals. Well, that's not quite worked out. That's Bill Acker statement. 210. The witness in the preceding paragraph, also interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission October 19th, 2021, says that the perpetrator had showed the vehicle the light bar, the push bar, and a walkie-talkie. Are we talking about mobile comms here? RCMP mobile comms? Mobile comms now. The witness said that the first time he saw the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser fully marked was around late August, early September 2019. So is it like he has ghost cars, and then he has lots of cars, and then somehow thrown a new car? Yeah, walkie-talkie. Mobile comms. Mobile comms. Anyway, May 2nd, 2020, 2:11. An individual told the RCMP that he had towed the perpetrator's vehicle from Old Port Pub in Dartmouth, perpetrator's Portapique residence. The witness said the vehicle was a Ford Taurus and was white in color and all-wheel drive. He said that he could see where there were old sticker markings or the vehicle and the vehicle had been struck on the front end and the airbag was not deployed. He said the vehicle required 3 different cooling radiator systems, which was why it was undrivable, and he had to tow it. He said when he arrived at the perpetrator's residence, the garage door was opened for a few moments, and there was another white Taurus on the same make and model in the garage with no sticker markings. The witness said that there were also 2 vehicles across the street from the perpetrator's home that had old sticker mark locations on them. The witness did not say when that occurred. Across the street now. Mark Solnier. 212. In his statement to the RCMP, April 25th, 2020, a witness who made some gutters for the perpetrator at the Portapique residence said that on November 2nd, 2019, he dropped gutters off the Portapique residence. The witness said that the perpetrator took him over to the warehouse where the witness saw and sat in the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. The witness said that the perpetrator asked him not to take pictures of his, quote, cop car, but it appeared in the background of some of the photographs that he took. The witness said that, quote, people said they saw the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser in front of the perpetrator's house and saw him driving it back and forth between Portapique House and the warehouse. The witness said, quote, everybody knew about the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Are there any RCMP employees in Portapique? I'll just throw that question out there. 2013. In his statement to the RCMP April 24th, a Brinks employee said that on March 27th, 2020, he received a call from a CIBC client come to the Brinks facility to pick up a cash parcel. After the request was approved, the witness was provided with the individual's driver's license, which belonged to the perpetrator. The witness said the make and model of the vehicle is 2013 white Taurus Interceptor, license plate GJX365. The witness said that the perpetrator arrived that morning, who wasn't alone, somebody was following him. He went out and met them in a compound. Who would call the police if something bad happened? The witness said it was clear to him that the perpetrator was driving an older police vehicle, which struck him as odd, and that he verified the plate of the vehicle and he could see that the reflective tape on the bumper. The witness said that the vehicle looked almost like a police cruiser and was, quote, pretty sure that it had a plate for that a laptop would sit on the inside of the driver's compartment. Has he taken money out of the Brinks facility? Does not happen. Does not happen. What is Lisa driving as she's following him? And if the car just was white, it doesn't look almost like a police car. I'm sorry. Statement of Marcel Bryant. 214. A witness of the RCMP told the RCMP in a statement April 30th, 2020, said the perpetrator was driving an ex-RCMP car when he brought in Yamaha Rhino 660 side-by-side for the witness to repair. He said the perpetrator told him he bought the vehicles through the auction and said he would sell them after he fixed them. The witness said, quote, basically it was a police car, less the decals and the radio and the lights, but that was I think about it. I think that's about it. Well, then it's a white car. It is or it's not. It's a white car or it's not a white car. It's a white car or a cop car. They're losing people with snow. Denturist and that's Chad Henderson. Denturist and denture clinic patients and associates, 215. In an interview with the RCMP 29th, 2020, a perpetrator of the perpetrator's denture clinic said that when she attended the Nova Lee denture clinic, October 22nd, 2019, the perpetrator showed her one of the, quote, retired cruisers, he said, that he purchased at the auction. She said she was shocked at the size of the car and describes it as follows. It was all white. The front was wide. I found the hood quite wide. The tires were big. It was a racer, I would say. It was used to being on the road. It was not a city car. It was heavy. And this is what I said to him. Heavy duty engine in there. I'm not sure what that's all about. I would just say that's stuck in there. Margaret Cameron. 216. The patient told the RCMP the perpetrator wanted her to look at something in the trunk, but she was uncomfortable and left. She said the perpetrator made the statement that was something similar to the car being, quote, good to hunt people down, end quote. Right. I've seen a lot of people talking like that about him. Okay. Another patient, maybe it was just a really bad day. 217. Another patient of the perpetrator told the RCMP in his interview, April 23rd, 2020, that when the perpetrator learned that the patient was a mechanic, the perpetrator talked to him about a decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. The witness said the perpetrator showed him pictures of a decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser, complete with shotgun rack. The witness said that the perpetrator told him that he had two decaled RCMP vehicles, and the witness believed he saw pictures of two replica RCMP vehicles? I'm having visions of a video. 218. A patient of the perpetrator who also lived in Portapic told RCMP April 25th. Sorry, that was Chris McAloney. 218. A patient of the perpetrator who also lived in Portapic told the RCMP April 25th, 2020, that he was aware of the fully marked decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser and saw it several times in the perpetrator's warehouse. Statement of Winston Ross. 2. I used to read those articles. 2. His and her cars. She was seen driving around. 219. A patient of the perpetrator told RCMP in an interview April 27th, 2020, that he saw a white car that was, quote, one of them friggin' police cars, end quote, at the clinic. Excuse me. He said that the perpetrator told him he bought it at an auction, that he might restore the vehicle and put it into car shows. The witness did not say when this occurred. Ernie Thibault. 220. In her statement to the RCMP May 7th, 2020, a witness who sold supplies to Atlantic Denture Clinic and was a client said that when she was at the clinic in October 2019, the perpetrator showed her a picture of a fully marked decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Tammy Saucier. Awful lot of resources getting devoted to this, which frankly is an important piece of the story. How much resources how much of those resources were devoted to the actual investigation versus overcompensating? Wouldn't feel good if I was families right now. Really wouldn't. Plus, they just told you yesterday, nothing to see here. But that's just me. Maybe I just felt differently reading this versus knowing what they said yesterday. A denturist and seeing what they're putting out in the media about diapers. People are going to start to get upset about all this. And people have names. A denturist who said she knew the perpetrator quite well, the RCMP, and told the RCMP in her statement, April 26, 2020, that she had a conversation with him at some point about creating a replica RCMP cruiser. The witness said that she was aware the perpetrator had a replica RCMP cruiser or a vehicle and believed that he had a warehouse with other marked vehicles. Maureen Doucette. $222. We're running low on letters now. UU, who attended the perpetrator's denture clinic with his wife approximately 3 months before the mass casualty, told the RCMP in an interview April 19th, 2020, that day, I don't know how they're tracking down patients. Say it's something more than just a patient. That the perpetrator said he had a hobby and was fixing up old police vehicle. UU said that he believed the perpetrator told him he got the car at an auction and purchased the decals online. UU thought the perpetrator said he purchased them on eBay, but was not certain. You talked to him that day. How? Why is the name Secret? Am I tired of secrets? A denturist who knew The perpetrator told the RCMP in his interview, April 27, 2020, that around December 2019 or January 2020, the perpetrator told him that he was, quote, getting a car all done up like an identical to an RCMP car, end quote. The witness said that the perpetrator had 3 or 4 white, quote, police cars, end quote, that he would drive around the denture clinic on Novalee Drive. He said the perpetrator seemed to be using one of the white Ford Taurus cars on a daily basis. The witness said the perpetrator told him they were for making a movie at Portapique residence. What, a white car is used for making a movie? Statement of Ian Loudon. 224. A patient perpetrator told the RCMP in an interview on April 29, 2020, that in one of her conversations with the perpetrator about a year and a half prior to the mass casualty event, he mentioned that he had just purchased 3 police cruisers from an auction. He said that one to drive around for now, one that he was going to use for parts, another vehicle he was going to make a replica of a police car to keep in his garage. Statement of Tina Martin. Passerbys. In a statement to the RCMP May 28, 2020, a transit driver for Halifax Transit said in mid-March 2019, who's working, who suddenly just appeared to be working at Halifax Transit? Just all out of the blue. Oh, it must have been a Banfield. Yeah, anyway, he was parked and meeting with a co-worker near Atlantic Denture Clinic when he saw, quote, the fake mock car in the clinic's parking lot. Statement of Robert Stavak. 226. A witness told the RCMP May 14, 2020, that in the fall of 2019, she believed that she saw a decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser pass her by when she was driving down 102 past Door Lake. She said she saw the same vehicle again entering again that evening, Lacewood Drive in Halifax. The witness said she saw the numbers 28 and 11 on and said that the vehicle did not have a license plate. She said she was not aware of who was driving the vehicle at the time. Statement of Jeanette Jali. 227. A Portapique resident told the RCMP 29th of 2020, where are all the statements about everything else from the Portapique residents? I think there was a lot of questions to ask about, I don't know, maybe the events that transpired down there. It's just me. That's kind of what I would ask. First and foremost, and then kind of get figured out what was going down with the car. At a Portapique resident told RCMP April 29th, 2020, that he believed he almost had a head-on collision with the perpetrator in the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser on Friday in November or December 2019. The witness said that he was driving on what he believes to be called Montrose Road, a dirt back road. He said that at the time he believed that the shirt worn by the driver of the vehicle was not an RCMP shirt. The witness said that he expected the car to turn around and pull him over, but it never did. The witness said that the car looked like it had just come out of the detail shop and like it was not like it was a car that had been on patrol. I guess it's clean. Statement of Ed Davidson, 228. In her statement to RCMP, April 24th, 2020, a witness said that in the winter of 2019, she saw a decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser driving around, quote, Truro Bible Hill, end quote. The witness also said that she saw the marked vehicle, including the markings 28B11, at Sterling Food Market over the winter of 2019-20. The witness was not aware that the perpetrator was driving and was not familiar with the perpetrator, but remembered that the car number because of her experience as a dispatcher. So that sounds pretty credible. Statement of Nancy Lynch. So we have no idea. Could it have been Lisa? Absolutely. Could it have been you? Sure. Of course, you're not going to drive it, but it could have been anybody. Because she didn't see who was driving it. 229. In a handwritten statement to the RCMP, June 14th, 2020, a witness wrote that she believed she saw the perpetrator driving the fully marked decommissioned replica car cruiser in Tantallon near the Sobeys, December 6th, 2019. Because it's not driving anywhere. It's just not driving anywhere at all. You know, it's making a movie for an apocalypse, or it's having a parade, or it's God knows what it's doing, standing on its head, honoring fallen officers for, quote, pigs you hate. Yeah, this is making you spending tens of thousands of dollars to do it. And of course, you know, walkie-talkies and tuning forks for radar, that's making sense. Handwritten statement of Danielle Ryan, 230. A witness told the RCMP in her statement, May 1st, 2020, that early March 2020, she was driving Highway 102, somewhere between Milford and Stewiacke, where she passed a white car that appeared to be appeared to be an RCMP vehicle. She said the vehicle had some, but not all, of the decals. The witness said in retrospect, she thought the vehicle did not have a roof rack or lights at the same time and did not know if the vehicle had stripes on the back bumper, but definitely had some decals on the side. The witness said that after seeing the photos of the perpetrator and the events, it was definitely, probably, was the perpetrator driving the vehicle. This one doesn't sound very good. The witness said her first instinct was the vehicle was an auction vehicle with only some stickers on it. Jennifer, no offense on you, Jennifer Burgess. 231. An individual working on a crew that was filming in Dartmouth area 2019 was interviewed by the RCMP May 19th, 2020. Are these people phoning in? I don't know how they're tracking them down. The individual reported that the film production was renting the parking lot of the denture clinic to park some of the production technician trucks. July 2nd, 2019, the individual went to meet the perpetrator's, quote, significant other, which doesn't spend a lot of time together, just email, to hand her the check at the back of the building and notice a white Ford police-looking car tucked in the back of the driveway with an SUV parked in front of it. He said he thought that it was weird at the time because the car had white reflective decals that you could only see in the right light. Oh, do you know those cars? The special ones? The special cars, which there are very few of in Nova Scotia. Is that what they're talking about? As well as metal bars in the back window. Do you guys know about this car? I showed it before. The ones that have the, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, you can see them in the day, you can't see them at night. You have to have the right reflection off of it. The official RCMP one. Not a phony one. Some program they have. I can't even remember what the hell it was. I was like, what? As well as metal bars in the back window. He said he spoke to the perpetrator's significant other about the car for a few minutes. The individual said the vehicle did not look brand new and was fully white and no colored decals, but did have white reflective stripes. He said that he also remembered seeing RCMP in white decals, the same color, the same, quote, no color reflective decals as the strips that were on the vehicle from front to back. Well, that's the special, yeah, is that it? The chameleon car or whatever the hell it's called? Invisible in the daylight? The ghost decals. Chameleon? I would have probably never heard from them if we hadn't called and gave our names. Well, again, O drives and Gmails is all I'd say. Your statement's in here. Statement Christian Monroe. Police. 232. In a statement to the RCMP May 7th, Bob Dentremont, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, a former commissioner at the RCMP headquarters, remembered an individual who he believed, in hindsight, at the time of the interview, to be the perpetrator coming to the headquarters and inquiring about registering a replica police car. Bob Detremont, towards the end of the summer, or in the fall, he showed up at our guardhouse and driving another car. He didn't have a police car, one that looks like one anyway. So I stand corrected because they didn't really explain that yesterday. I didn't really pay much attention to it at the time because he came in and I asked him what he was trying to do because he wanted to talk to somebody about registering the mocked up police car. Of course, whatever. Why would you go to all this trouble? Silly. Totally silly. Constable Shaw. Okay. Bob Detremont. And I said, well, personally, I said to him, you're not going to get permission for that. It's not allowed. Inaudible. He says, well, motor vehicle wouldn't let him either. And I'm thinking, okay, he'd already been to motor vehicle before. He comes to our place at headquarters, Garland. So I patched him to somebody at headquarters. I don't remember who, because I say it was last year sometime. Well, it could have been the Sergeant Major's phone number. I'm not sure. But whoever he was talking to at the headquarters told him definitely not. The car cannot be registered as some kind of mocked up police car. He said he wanted to build the thing to rent it to movie sets and so forth. Uh-huh. 220 or 233. The Mass Casualty Commission followed up with Bob Detremont April 1st, 2022. A few weeks ago. Very recently. Mr. Detremont said he was confident he saw the perpetrator later in the afternoon between 3 and 5, between mid-August and September 2019. Mr. Detremont did not recall what number he dialed, but said it was common practice to put inquiries through to the Sergeant Major. He said he dialed the number and handed the handed it to the individual through the gatehouse window. Mr. Detremont said he chatted with the individual for about 5 minutes or so. Mr. Detremont said the individual was a white male who matched the description of the perpetrator, but he could not positively identify the perpetrator as the person he'd spoken to. Detremont said the sergeant major later retired, so he knows his name, which he said he didn't know who he was talking to, but I guess now he does. Supplementary report to come. 234, Barry Warnell, friend of the perpetrator and a police officer, told the RCMP in his interview June 1st, the perpetrator told him about RCMP cars he was fixing up. Mr. Warnell, perpetrator told him, a police officer. Mr. Warnell said the perpetrator paid $3,500 for the cars. Mr. Warnell said he assumed the perpetrator purchased the vehicles at Crown Assets, and the perpetrator likely made a profit from selling cars because he did all the work fixing them up himself. Lisa also worked on cars, she said. Mr. Warnell said he thought that this must be a hobby for the perpetrator, a lot of assumptions here, and that maybe the perpetrator intended to put the car in a car show, quote, or something, end quote. Warnell said he never saw the decommissioned replica cruiser. Statement of Barry Warnell. Note, Mr. Warnell is an officer with the Halifax Regional Police who were waiting at the big stop. Conveniently. It's a coincidence. 235. In February 2020, the perpetrator was given a speeding ticket by the RCMP while driving one of the 2013 Tauruses, not the decommissioned replica cruiser used in the mass casualty commission. Constable Nick Dorrington, the officer who ticketed him, also took a picture of his driver's license in the wallet with the badge that he always had. Constable Dorrington said the perpetrator discussed his affection for Ford Taurus vehicles and told him that he had other RCMP paraphernalia. Those two statements side by side, I think it's Colford. Very interesting to read. They don't quite read the same. Pros occurrence details. Image of ticket. Mass Casualty Commission interview of Nick Dorrington. Where's the RCMP one? Additional information about the ticketing incidents is contained in the confirmation decommissioned replica cruiser foundational document. 236. In a Kansas report statement, RCMP dated April 23rd, Constable Wayne Tingley wrote that he recalled having seen a, quote, new-looking RCMP police vehicle with a black push bumper on the front and no police plate on the back, or no plate on the back of the vehicle in Elmsdale on Friday, April 17th. Constable Tingley wrote that the vehicle was clean. It never gets dirty. Don't worry about it. Drives through forests and into swamps and whatever else it does. Never gets dirty. Clean and appeared to be new. He did not appear to be new. He did not remember the call number, but did see B. He didn't see the driver or get a good enough look to provide a description. So it could have been female for all we know. Light bar and lights. Photograph of decommissioned replica police RCMP cruiser taken by David McGrath at the perpetrator's warehouse. Taken by David McGrath at the warehouse. Okay. May 7th, 2019, eBay sent confirmation payment of the perpetrator for a Wayland Liberty 2 light bar for $810.90. The item was shipped to Sean Conlog's address in Maine. Witness information concerning the light bar in an email, PayPal receipt. Good. Email to his friend Kevin Von Bargen May 8th, 2019, the perpetrator advised von Bargen that he had purchased the light bar for the vehicle and was thinking about renting the vehicle out for movie productions. Again, I have to question whether this violates ethics, oaths as an officer of the court. Continuing on, in an email sent May 9th, 2019, the perpetrator advised von Bargen that he ordered the Wayland control for the lights. May 9th, next day, email 2:40. In his interview with Mass Casualty Commission investigators, November 12th, 2021, the perpetrator's friend, now it's a friend, Sean Conlog, said he was not sure why the perpetrator had lights sent to his address, but remembered that they were delivered. He said he wasn't interested in it, but it had a light or something that looked like a speaker underneath the bar. Mr. Conlog said it looked like lights that would be on an emergency vehicle. I guess he must have opened the package. But I don't think they're shipping the light bar as is. That probably would end up in pieces. Okay. Interview with Sean Conlog. In his statement to the RCMP April 25th, a witness who delivered gutters to the perpetrator said the perpetrator told him the lights were not working on the decommissioned replica cruiser. When the witness saw it November 2nd, 2019, the witness said the lights were on the car but were not hooked up. Statement of Mark Bunnell. 2:42. In her statement to the RCMP, April 19th, Maureen Banfield said she did not think that light bar was real and that the perpetrator never operated it or turned it on. Statement of Maureen Banfield. Silent patrolman. The perpetrator purchased a silent patrolman on eBay. Gosh knows who the hell that is. Somebody with the email address. Okay. Somebody. Just like they say. Somebody. On September 1st, 2019, the perpetrator emailed Lisa Banfield and advised that he had installed, quote, the cage and the windows in the, quote, real cop car, as opposed to the fake one. Good evening, Lynn. Well, does it matter if they had a record or not? The fuck, man? No questions are stupid. No questions are stupid. Does it matter whether he has a record, doesn't have a record, is a saint or not, is the Pope? If he's not a police officer, should he be driving a police car? I would think no. I think most of us know that that's illegal. Impersonating a police officer, not a good thing. Statement, I'd love to see all of her emails. Love to see all of Von Bargen's. Thousands. In her statement to the RCMP April 19th in 2020, Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator put her in the back of the decommissioned replica police cruiser with the, sash on one hand and a cuff on the other, which just came off and then gets scrubbed and still dirty. Behind plexiglass, and after she had removed the handcuffs from one of her wrists, that kind of almost implies that she was wearing them on both, but whatever. She pulled the glass open, went through it, and exited the vehicle. Witness who delivered a statement of Lisa Banfield. 2:46, a witness who delivered gutters to the perpetrator told RCMP in an interview April 25th that there was a, quote, roll cage in the car, and she described it as like the glass, end quote. Mark Bonnell again. Decals and reflective material. The mass casualty served a subpoena on GCS. At the time of the writing, the commission has not yet received the requested material. So enforce it. Enforce it. Who was it served on? If they fail to comply, perhaps arrest them. In an interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, January 7th, 2022, Christine Lamarche, Director General of RCMP Procurement, Material, and Asset Management, explained that while the specifications for items or such as the decals are publicly available at the time of the Mass Casualty Commission, changes are being made to the internal to process. Changes are being made. Don't worry. This is there we go with the rinse, repeat, rigmarole. Recommendations. We're doing that. Go away till the next round. April 11, 2019, the perpetrator ordered a sticker described in his eBay records as, quote, police interceptor ABS badge, whatever, eBay records. Okay, I just want to see them. July 1st, 2019, ordered a sticker described as police interceptor ABS trunk sticker for Ford card. Like, does not come with that, I would think. Anyway, April 26, 2019, ordered large RCMP decal from American Vinyl. Anybody getting charged down there? No. April 26, 2019, a perpetrator purchased 4 large RCMP logo crests from American Vinyl through Amazon. 2 invoices from ND Graphics showed reflective sales of material. July and from the company in July and October 2019. First dated July 3rd, 2019, shows the perpetrator through Atlantic Denture Clinic, paid by Visa. Who's Visa? Who are all these things? Who are all these accounts registered to? Is it like the email addresses? Is it like the businesses? Co-owned. 2 yards of ND Graphics. The second invoice for ND Graphics, October, shows the perpetrator through Atlantic Denture paid $568 Visa for the following. More stuff. I don't know, they were concerned about polygons and octagons yesterday about that. June 10th, 2019, the perpetrator had email correspondence with American Vinyl about custom RCMP sticker. In another email on the same day, the perpetrator requested a set of customer decals for the RCMP vehicle and advised that, quote, most of the information is available online. There's an internal document. Initially, American Vinyl emailed the perpetrator and said they were no longer doing customer orders. 2 hours later, American Vinyl sent another email stating, good news. He said he'll do it since you're a repeat customer. On June 11th, that would be the following day, American Vinyl informed the perpetrator that it declined the request to make the custom-sized RCMP decal. So it declined, then it accepted, then it declined. June 12th, 2019, the perpetrator bought credits for a company called Custom Designs. These credits allowed him to make purchases. This company was ultimately sent the perpetrator the decals for RCMP doors. Custom Designs. What's happening with Custom Designs? Who knows? June 12, 2019. Perpetrator prepaid Custom Designs for large RCMP decals. Well, didn't he buy them already? Why does he need more? Oh, maybe it's hers. On September 2nd, 2019, perpetrator ordered 2 stickers eBay described as subdued Canadian flag with thin blue line sticker. Vinyl decal, police, law enforcement. Witness information concerning decals. In his statement, Maureen David McGrath takes the photo of the light bar, but she's with Maureen, and Maureen says she didn't know that the light bar was working. But he took a photo of the dance party light working in the garage. Okay. That doesn't work. Witness information concerning decals in his statement to RCMP April 20th, 2020. Witness for the ND graphics described the perpetrator purchased colored blue and reflective yellow, red, and white vinyl on July 3rd, 2019. The witness advised the perpetrator also purchased non-reflective dragon fire, red color, and carbon fiber colored vinyl. 18th October 2019. The purchases were made under Atlantic Venture. Okay, so co-owned. The witness said that the perpetrator stated that he was putting the material on RCMP vehicle that he kept in his garage. Of course, that makes sense. In her statement to RCMP April 20th, that's Jeff Flack, April 20th, branch administrator ND Graphics said ND Graphics sold bulk vinyl to perpetrator. She recalled that the perpetrator mentioned that he had a police cruiser. He purchased at an auction. He wanted to restore it to look like a police car. Because Angela didn't think that was a problem. The witness said she told the perpetrator that he would not be able to drive the car around that. Well, she said that. She said the perpetrator agreed and responded with that the vehicle, that to drive the vehicle around once it was restored would be illegal. No, I think having the possession of it would be illegal. Angela Baker. Another employee of ND Graphics told the RCMP in an interview April 21st, 2020, perpetrator came in to purchase reflective vinyl material in the summer of 2019, specifically for vehicle application. The witness said during his interaction with the perpetrator, he mentioned the perpetrator that he found it strange that the perpetrator was buying this kind of material. The witness said the perpetrator told him that he was purchasing material for an RCMP vehicle that he was restoring. The witness said that this struck him as strange. And he asked the perpetrator if it was illegal. The perpetrator responded that he was just restoring the police vehicle and he didn't intend to drive it around. Said Kirk Hillier. You know what? I have a question. Who supplies the RCMP with their graphics? Do any of these companies supply them? Is he ordering from the official RCMP supplier? Maybe a lawyer might want to ask that question. Another employee who supplies the graphics? Employee of ND Graphics. You could maybe ask Max. He seemed to understand. ND Graphics said an individual called in an order for 3 different colors of reflective vinyl. The employee said he was in the office when one individual came in and picked up the vinyl. As the individual was purchasing and paying for it, he told the employee that he was dealing with that he was using it to create a replica police car. Who's the individual? The witness said he did not see the individual and could not physically say whether it was the perpetrator. Could have been a female, could have been Lisa, but found the comment that the individual was using the vinyl to creating replica police cars strange. That seemed to stand out. We don't even know who it was, but could an ID. In his statement to the RCMP, that's Mike Stock. In his statement to RCMP May 29th, the Chief Compliance Officer of PayPal, there was an interesting article that got deleted very quickly by PayPal. Featured PayPal very quickly. I remember that article. I just wish I had gotten it, and I can't even remember quite what was in it. But whoever the reporter was phoned PayPal and talked to them. advised that the perpetrator had an account with PayPal and used it to purchase items related to police vehicles. These purchases were reported to FinTrack, Jessica Davis and others. After the mass casualty, the witness said that these items included decals, among other things, in the other accessories section and document below, said Kevin Pierce. FinTrack said that they were aware of all this stuff beforehand. So I'm not sure why they're bailing from responsibility now. August 5th, 2020, the ex-partner of the person who owned the company Sid Sells Signs told RCMP that she and her former partner had a conversation about them after the mass casualty in which they discussed him reporting to police regarding the conversation he had with Peter Griffin about printing the RCMP vehicle stickers for the perpetrator. Laura Fletcher. In his statement to the RCMP May 2nd, far before, the owner of Sid Sells Signs said that about a year prior to the mass casualty, his employee Peter Griffin had come to him about printing the RCMP horses on their machines. The witness had said he told Mr. Griffin that he did not have permission to print them. Lively, 267. In his statement to the RCMP, April 27th, Peter Griffin, who did odd jobs for the perpetrator and was an employee of Sid Sells Signs, said that he helped the perpetrator put the decals on his truck, an F-150, but that he never touched the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Mr. Griffin said that he did not know where the perpetrator would have purchased the decals, but figured that he probably got them online or something. Mr. Griffin said that he never made any of the decals that were on the RCMP decommissioned RCMP cruiser. Peter Griffin. 268. The RCMP interviewed Peter Griffin again. This is now by Vardy, I believe, this time. At this time, Mr. Griffin recalled having a conversation with his boss, this time around, about printing a couple of horses, in quote, RCMP logo horses, because the perpetrator had asked him to make them for him, and his boss told him no. Mr. Griffin said that he did not print the decals for the perpetrator, but eventually told investigators that he printed, quote, the horses, even though his boss told him not to. But then he did. Mr. Griffin said that he also printed the Call 911 decal, the hazard stripes, including the word police for the tailgate, and 28D11 decal. Mr. Griffin said the perpetrator paid him like $5 for the decals, and this occurred in summer of 2019. 269. Commission interviewed Peter Griffin March 2022 and asked if he knew the perpetrator obtained the, quote, big long lines in 3 colors. Where? That were on the side of the decommissioned replica RCMP cruiser. Mr. Griffin said that he saw them in pieces at the warehouse and that it was not one long strip. He described these decals as small chunks that went in different places on the side of the vehicle. Mr. Griffin said the perpetrator could not have cut the pieces himself from the rolls of vinyl that he had, because the vinyl on the rolls was, quote, this solid type of vinyl, while the vinyl for the stripes on the car was this hexy style. Okay, here we go with the Y. Mr. Griffin said it almost looks like it was ripped off of a car and you put onto another. He said the pieces of vinyl were sitting on pieces of wax paper in the warehouse. He did not know how the perpetrator obtained these pieces of vinyl. I'm picturing like children and glue. Like that's just not going to work out well. Those were laser perfect, as somebody who said who installed them. Max Libertor told the Mass Casualty Commission 270 that the vehicles would arrive GCS surplus from diesel and auto with police equipment such as lights and radios removed. And only police accessories still in the vehicle would be the decals. He said the decals would be removed using heat guns. I thought he wanted the WD-40 again. And the decals would be ripped off the vehicles and then come off in pieces. Heat stretches the decals, and they would rip and break. And Mr. Libator, now they're trying to say that he just pasted it together. So if you could do it pretty good, you might get about, 3 of, 4 or 5 or 6 inches off a piece of it. When I'm done doing one side of a car, all the decals are probably like the size, like round like a softball, because it's all crumpled up and it's thrown in a basket. 271. In his statement to RCMP, April 19th, 2020, Robert Doucette, a contractor who worked on the perpetrator's warehouse, said that he knew that the perpetrator had decals from several police services. Mr. Doucette said he saw RCMP decals in the perpetrator's garage. A contractor. Contractor. Right. Okay. Kevin von Bargen, the perpetrator's friend. Oh, now it's friend. Told the RCMP in an interview April 21st, 2020, that the perpetrator at some point in the year preceding the mass casualty switched from being, quote, obsessed with vintage Honda motorcycles to being obsessed with police vehicles. He said the perpetrator found the first one through government website, which he said the perpetrator flipped to him one time. Flipped. Mr. von Bargen said the perpetrator told him decommissioned police cruiser vehicles were cheap, well-maintained, and well-built. I thought they had all kinds of issues with the fuel system. Very expensive to maintain. Okay. Kevin von Bargen said the perpetrator would purchase the decommissioned police vehicles and turn them into, quote, daily drivers, and, quote, for himself and Lisa Banfield. Others? Mr. von Bargen said that he made fun of the perpetrator for purchasing the vehicles, and the perpetrator told him he drove one, Ms. Banfield drove one. He had one for parts and one for show. Mr. von Bargen said he asked the perpetrator what he meant by for show, and the perpetrator explained that he had done up one vehicle to look like an authentic RCMP cruiser. Mr. von Bargen told the perpetrator that he would not be able to drive it on the road and that he could not impersonate a police officer. Absolutely. He said that the perpetrator said he knew this, and then he told him that he'd spent $12,000 to $15,000 on the vehicle, trying to make it look more authentic. Mr. von Bargen said he made fun of the perpetrator for this and for spending the money on it, as he could not sell it or sell it back to the RCMP. He said that the perpetrator suggested that maybe he could rent the vehicle out for movie shoots. Maybe it's illegal to have it. Maybe you know that. In an email to Kevin von Bargen, May 19th, 2019, perpetrator wrote that the door decals were amazing. Spring 2019. Okay. To von Bargen, May 19th. In an email exchange between the perpetrator and Kevin von Bargen dated September 6th, 2019, Mr. von Bargen asked the perpetrator about removing decals from a tank without damaging the paint. Perpetrator explained how he cleaned RCMP decals from the RCMP cars. Decals are the on plastic or metal tank. Sign shops have special stuff that works well to call them. Works best to call them. I've gotten some stuff to clean the decals of RCMP cars. Then I clean them area and neutralize them with alcohol. Mr. Fisher can take lessons. Email exchange with Von Bargen. May 9th, 2020. An acquaintance of the perpetrator told the RCMP the perpetrator told him that decals were on the trunk of ex-white police vehicle when he purchased it. On the trunk? Statement of Richard Baxter. April 29th, 2020. A denture patient of the perpetrator told the RCMP that the perpetrator informed her October 22nd, 2019, that a friend who had a business in Bangor, Maine, and that he planned to go down there to have decals made. The waitress said she did not know or ask what kind of decals the perpetrator was talking about. Margaret Cameron. Oh, didn't I see something about Cameron before? Not same first name. April 25th, 2020. A waitress who, a witness who delivered gutters to the perpetrator at the Portapique residence November 2nd, 2019, told the RCMP that he saw a man at the property putting decals on the perpetrator's half-ton truck. He said he had a picture of this man on his phone. Mark Bonnell again. Everybody's running around taking pictures. April 19th, 2020. Too bad we got all we get is fuzz. Christopher Golding told the RCMP the perpetrator had ordered decals online. Okay, this is nephew to Lisa. April 27th, 2020. A witness for whom the perpetrator had worked in the 1990s told the RCMP the perpetrator had taken pictures of the RCMP decals and took them to the decal shop to have them made. Donald Walker Funeral Homes. April 19th, 2020. Maureen Banfield told the RCMP she thought the perpetrator got the decals at the same place where he bought the decals through the auction. Why would she know? I guess she thought the light wasn't working on the car, even though. Anyway, David did. David knew it was working. Maybe David attended the dance parties and she didn't. At the time of the mass casualty, David McGrath was the partner of Maureen Banfield, Lisa's sister. On November 12, 2021, he told the Mass Casualty Commission investigators that the perpetrator told him he got a lot of decals online and that he got some of the items from Crown Assets. Some items from Crown Assets. Mr. McGrath also said, quote, there was a young fella up here who actually made a couple of decals, a couple of small ones, because he couldn't get them, apparently. Radios and assorted parts. Note, it is not currently known whether these parts were for the vehicle used during the mass casualty or whether the vehicle used during the mass casualty had a working radio in it. Well, that's just plausible deniability again. On May 9th, 2019, the perpetrator ordered Motorola radio. On May 17th, 2019, the ordered radio control head. May 26th, 2019, perpetrator ordered Motorola palm mic. September 29th, 2019, perpetrator ordered power cable for Motorola radio. A supplementary report to the Mass Casualty Commission investigator Dwayne King described the perpetrator's access to and use knowledge of radios and scanners. The investigation determined that there was no evidence to suggest the perpetrator had the ability to listen to encrypted radios based on the following. Okay, here's their supportive evidence. The Motorola radio purchased by the perpetrator was made in 2006 and was not supported after 2011. Just because a computer doesn't update does not necessarily mean it doesn't work. In an email to Kevin von Bargen, May 19th, 2019, I guess they like to talk about this stuff a lot, the perpetrator wrote that he was not sure of the frequency of the radio and it was more of a prop. Encryption protocols require that all radios be programmed with encryption codes before they will function properly. After review of all documentation, no evidence exists to support that the perpetrator was able to have a radio properly programmed. What about the walkie-talkie? Mobile comms? It also didn't demonstrate necessarily that. Yeah, well, anyway. In witness information concerning radios and associated parts, perpetrator asked Kevin von Bargen via email May 9th that he ordered Motorola VHF radio. Perpetrator said he was not sure of the frequency and the radio was more of a prop to fill the console. May 31st, 2019. Perpetrator emailed Kevin von Bargen and said he would be bringing the light and radio back with him from Maine upcoming Saturday. So is this a different Motorola radio? Did you purchase the wrong one, then purchase the right one? Down in Maine? Other accessories obtained by the perpetrator. I don't think it's a fake car, though. This is just a whole bunch of hullabaloo. Too much. March 22nd, 2019, the perpetrator placed an order for an item described as, quote, Ford Police Interceptor Taurus 2013 plus model Havas controls the center console. Okay, so that's the mobile workstation stuff. March 26, 2019, perpetrator ordered an item. Who paid for it? Who knows? Who ordered it? Who knows? Whose car? Who knows? Business is registered to both of them. So technically it's both of them. The perpetrator ordered an item described as Centina PI Interceptor Taurus Police Sedan Push Bumper Ram Bar. Well, what happened to the one from GCS? March 31st, 2019, the perpetrator ordered an order described as the Centina Ford PI Sedan Taurus rear window armor bars. There is no evidence that these were installed when the mass casualty investigators viewed the charred wreckage of the vehicle during the mass casualty. Okay. Can you hear unencrypted radio as they worked unencrypted channels throughout the entire time? Again, I think I've shown that's difficult. People know what that is. Very difficult to have two channels running at the same time, especially delayed hours later, sampled and pieced together. Fucked up Gabe would sit and still be able to put them together. Bullshit. Carpenter. Okay. Yep. We aren't who. Okay. Sorry. Where's that? I saw something here. Where did that comment just disappear? I thought I saw something. Oh. The whole document saying, look, we aren't responsible ones for this. Look at all these good people who also never did anything about this guy. That's messed up too, because he was barred from this area, and if he saw them before he was removed from Bass River, that was a long time ago, aged 20 to 15. Okay, trying to share the guilt. Why was he barred? Shaking his dick out. Okay. Yeah, all right. All right. Something foul. I'm not going to read Sorry, I'm just not going to read that comment. Are you guys getting thirsty yet? We're getting close. 8 more pages. Don't worry. Yeah, the cop in Halifax. I mean, and I'm feeling like this is even different than what I was reading. But anyway, because I just took the copy from today. What kills you makes you stronger, they say. It doesn't kill you. Well, I don't know if everybody's feeling real strong. No matter how much they try and tell you. Strong. May 29th, 2019, the perpetrator ordered an item described as car reflective safety warning. I don't think I've seen this item before. What is that? It looks like the reflective tape. Okay. Which was on the bumper? Which wasn't on the bumper? June 12th, 2019, ordered bumper reinforcement from Ford Taurus. Well, that didn't hold up too well. June 29th, 2019, perpetrator ordered air fault finding diagnostic tool. Airbag tool. Right up there with tuning forks for something you leave in a garage. June 29, 2019, perpetrator ordered moving radar speed measuring device. It was a little more specific than that. Perpetrator ordered siren speaker, a little bit more specific than that in the ITOs. The perpetrator ordered WatchGuard DVI in-car recordable camera system and wireless mic. DVI, a DV1. Okay, I've seen that around somebody. Somebody else uses that. Anyway, September 2nd, 2019, perpetrator ordered a pair of Whelen Vertex clear connectors with Ford Interceptor factory plugs. Can't remember what that item is. I think I've looked that up before. Perpetrator ordered a set of radar tuning forks, ProGuard gun rack, and G490R V-Lock. Ordered 100 watt siren speaker, Ford Taurus Police Interceptor center console, which sounded like was already in one car. Ford Explorer Taurus Police 18-inch wheel cover cap, because that would be on the car that was down at the Brinks, because it had covers. Perpetrator had ordered 100 pigtail connectors, assorted sizes. These are used to connect electrical cables. Perpetrator ordered 20 plastic rivet car bumper clips. Ordered red seat belt webbing. Witness information about accessories. A email to Lisa Banfield, June 30th, perpetrator advised that he had ordered a radar system and camera with audio recording for decommissioned RCMP replica cruiser. What use, what camera? For what? What would you possibly be recording? If it's just sitting in a garage. In an email dated August 24th, 2019, perpetrator advised Lisa Banfield. Why does he need to advise her that he had installed? Is he the go-to guy? That he had installed the front push bar, the vehicle, and was about to work on the lights. On August 25th, 2019, perpetrator emailed Ms. Banfield and said that he had got worked on the, quote, cop car earlier, and it was a bigger job than he expected, only because I am learning. In an email, Von Bargen, June 30th, 2019, perpetrator said he just ordered a siren speaker and already had the control unit. He'd also ordered radar, front and back speaker type, and, quote, complete safeguard digital camera system with DVR and voice recorder. Perpetrator said all that he needed was the gun holder and a Toughbook computer, but that he wouldn't bother with the computer. Don't worry, the GPS doesn't work on it. Sometimes, if you log on. In his statement to RCMP 29th, 2020, Chief Compliance Officer PayPal advised the perpetrator on his account used to purchase several items related to police vehicles. These purchases were reported to FinTrack after the mass casualty. It's not what I read. Not what I read. Police push bar, ram bar, gun racks. Well, I thought that came from GCS, Max. Gun racks, light consoles. Again, I could be wrong about this stuff. Sirens, decals, K-band, radar, calibration, tuning forks, center console, police interceptors, wheel covers, emblems, municipal TS2 radar, moving radar, reflective, safety tape, Motorola, palm, microphone. This is some of the items, I think, supposedly. April 25th, 2020, a witness who delivered gutters to the perpetrator told the RCMP that when he saw the decommissioned replica cruiser, November 2nd, 2019, he thought there was a radar detector or gun in the back window. The witness could not recall whether there was a shotgun or shotgun holder in the cage we at the beginning. That's a radar gun in the back window. Shotgun holder in the vehicle, but he also said he saw a flip-up computer in the vehicle. Well, I thought he didn't bother with that. Mark Bonnell. Oh, here's a partial timeline for us. Thank you. It was very handy. Perpetrator conducted a search. RCMP uniforms. Somebody did. Somebody. January 15th. 2018, somebody visited Made in China. Somebody visited various sites, generation of fake ID. Somebody visited the site about members at detachments. Not sure why that would be relevant to a parade car. Somebody visited open source. Maybe they could just talk to their friend down in Halifax. Perpetrator source, or the one that was always out there visiting them, the same officer, over and over and over. Conducted a search, open source, collecting military police stuff. Somebody visited RCMP website, specifically uniform page, conducted other open source searches relation to RCMP uniforms, conducted, okay. So I think what I'll do is I'll just probably wrap it up there unless there's anything else. And okay. There you go. Well, didn't take the day off. I'm not sure what you guys feel about that, but I still feel like there's stuff that was different from what I was reading yesterday, but I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but frankly, feels like I wouldn't want to be a family member. I never would. Never. But after seeing how much they're going off and interviewing all these other people and finding people and tracking people down, and all the people down there who, specifically in Portapic, who seemingly volunteered statements to do with the car. I don't know whatever happened to their statements, if they gave them, in respect to other things, but perhaps maybe those statements are nothing to do with just solely to do with cars. Maybe there's a lot of other shit in there too. Good to have police friend. Get some rest, regroup. You should all be drunk right now. Replica RCMP cruiser. Replica mock RCMP. Where are all the RCMP cams? Bingo. Why is Blueberry Road so popular? Maybe there's evidence out there that speaks to that. Maybe. Have I missed ordering new car sticker window? No, you just buy scrapped, destroyed, wrecked cars with fuel economy stickers in the window. What's the name of that? I remember looking that up at one point. Thank you, Cindy, for joining. Thank you to all family members also who are in here. I'm polite. Okay. How can she not be aware of his plans? I think you just answered it yourself. Oh, I think there's definitely more than one car. There were people at the beginning who were talking about how she was driving around her own car. They were in the newspapers. I know they're in the earlier videos. Thank you for the drinking game. I don't mean to promote alcoholism. That'd be bad. Or, well, I can promote a good time. I like good times. I may not partake, but everybody should have fun. Gabriel Wortman bought enough decals to decal up 2 cars. Oh, at least. But again, how much of this is to make us believe about fake cars? Maybe that's what they want people to see. The witness yesterday wouldn't have happened unless they wanted it to happen, right? They keep everybody else at bay. We still do. She just needs help. What did I need help? I need help. 2 unmarked cars. Everything was to spec on that car except the radio. He even had tuning forks. Yeah, the radio worked. Hugs Hun. I don't know if that's directed at me. Thanks if it is, Cindy. Hope you're doing well. We will all be hungover tomorrow. I won't be. No hangovers for me anymore. Had enough of those. That is, we cannot accept anything they put blatantly in front of us like this. No. But that's why you guys hang around. That's why families are very thankful. I can't really speak on other people's behalf, but that would be wrong. I talk to everyone who knows they're doing this and they have no respect for it anymore. But you see, that this is so sad, right? I do feel for all the good people, and they're losing a lot of good people. The institution needs help. But multiple cars, only one car initially planned to do another one. Well, for something that you stick in a garage, and I'm going to go with more than one car. And I'm going to go with that somehow things seem to be flowing through GCS to people who go to Brinks facilities. Do you understand what I'm saying? You follow? That's what my gut instinct is telling me. I think this is fast car for middle-aged men. Monteruni sticker. There you go. That's what it's called. I don't know. Is that how you say it? Probably I've got that wrong. As normal. Thin blue line stickers, Linda Sears. Coffee. Good. Coffee's good. I like coffee. Coffee's good. Here's the coffee. Yes, exactly. What they show you is what they want you to see. What they don't show you is what they don't want you to see. Or, sorry, is what you should be looking at. The flags. Why did they cancel today? First they move it to 2:30 or 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And then they just decide the very last minute, oh no, we don't need to do today after our caucus. Right. But whose millions are they? Whose millions are they? Did he really earn them? Questions abound. Fair questions to ask. Fair questions. Everything's on the table. I'm sure GC evidence has all been destroyed. I would say there's a lot of things that have been destroyed. For all the money and money worth. TikTok, I missed that too yesterday. Crashed and burned on them. Yeah, I would just simply, that's my gut, and that's just my opinion, but I feel I've read a fair amount of material on all this stuff and studied what's going on here and visited with enough people over the past 2 years to kind of feel like I have decent instincts, and what I've said before has turned out, at least in predictive ways, has turned out to be true. So I have a feeling that, again, cars go out the back door to people who go to Brinks facilities, who shouldn't be allowed to go to Brinks facilities. There's a case down in the United States that's eerily familiar to what happened, at least in a way. Shuby car windows don't look like the same ones as the MCC put out. Are you talking about the back of the back window, the prisoner guard plastic thingy? Canceled because caucus had no questions. Likely. No, if would be very upset with these lawyers not working. If the lawyers don't have questions, oh, red flags abound. So I'm thinking that they have numerous questions. In fact, fairly safe to say that they have lots of questions. So I don't think that they needed to be limited on their time today and then therefore have the rug pulled out from underneath them. Yeah, okay, the windows, yeah, they did look different. Okay, well, 6 hours, 40 minutes. 60 of you hung on. I think we're back tomorrow, maybe with round tables, square tables, card tables, some kind of tables, sharing circles. I don't know, some kind of circle. Anyway, I don't know if that's public. I should just check that now. Calendar. Because I know that they said some of the stuff kind of is going to be private. They hinted at that yesterday. Where am I here? Okay. Police paraphernalia and police impersonators. Are they going to bring up Wildman? Maybe we'll have timing on that. Okay. So it looks like tomorrow 9:30 till 4:30, there is going to be something. So I will plan to get up and see you in the morning. God bless you all. God bless the 23. Thank you very much for joining me. And thank you for, as always, I have to open this. Starting. There we go. What? No, I don't need to switch anything. Thank you ever so much to the Discord. Amazing, as always. So lucky to have a good group. So lucky to have all of you viewers who are supporting. You know, the people that aren't, well, your day, I'm sure, will be coming too. Not in a bad way. Judgments will be left for others. Those of us who are hopefully pursuing the truth won't have to worry about these things. Just like we don't have to worry about sleep. Round tables tomorrow. Lots of breaks likely. Okay. Well, I guess they can go around. God bless you all. God bless the 23. Thank you very much for joining me for longer video.